Gu Dongqin paced back and forth in the hall with a thoughtful expression. Gu Dongqin paced back and forth in the hall with a thoughtful expression. Doesn't Devil Subduing College have a very powerful demonic fighting technique? But now you have actually teamed up with the people of the demon world, who are also willing to do so. Could it be that they plan to divide the mortal martial realm up? Gu Dongqin said, It's very possible. When the time comes, because there is still the group of undeveloped evil demon in the demon world, it would be very difficult for the demon world to swallow the mortal martial realm. Chunxiang said, That doesn't make sense. This D child is doing well in the heaven realm and this place, and he will definitely be going to the heaven realm in the future. What benefits does he get by colluding with the demon world? Gu Dongqin said, Seems like only G Xingren and the mastermind knows about this. To figure out the conspiracy behind it, Qinxiang had already made a plan in his mind. As long as he could catch G Xingren, use soul-absorbing devil spell, and search his memories, he would be able to figure everything out. The soul-absorbing devil spell had already been fully utilized by Qinxiang and could only be used in battle. Furthermore, it would not be discovered by the opponent. If discovered by him, the only thing he could do was to silence him. Tomorrow is the finals if I can match up against G Shengren. At this time, Chunxiang was extremely curious about the person behind G Shengren. Just what kind of scheme was this? You can kill people in the martial compet. 1. Taiyan, junior martial uncle. You can't be thinking of killing G Shengren, right? You better not do such a thing. If the situation comes up, if you kill G Shengren, Devil Subduing College will definitely not let you go. Gu Dongqin was extremely worried for Qinxiang, as Qinxiang had not yet become the Devil Subduing College's #1 enemy. The stronger old fellows of the Devil Subduing College all did not take action, because if they did, Qinxiang would not dare to appear near the Devil Subduing College. I know what I'm doing. See what's going on. Qinxiang yawned and returned to his room. He had gotten a lot of memories from Mo Huan previously, and they all had to do with the Devil Realm. I never thought that the demon world would have so many worlds, and right now, I've already determined which 2 demon worlds are connected to the mortal martial realm. Qinxiang shook his head and sighed. The world of the devils that is connected to the mortal kung fu realm is very strong and should be around the same as the mortal martial realm. Su Meiyao said, Don't be so pessimistic. When the time comes, there will only be one way into the mortal martial realm. The demon and demon realms will have to come through this way, and the mortal martial realm just need to gather their forces and defend that place. If they can't, the mortal martial realm will definitely be annihilated. Before the sky brightened, Qinxiang had already arrived at the compet. 1. Taiyan grounds inside the Devil Subduing College, but there were many people who had arrived early enough to occupy a good seat and watch. The majority of the spectators were all students of the Devil Subduing College or disciples of some large sections. Others were not allowed to enter. Good morning, big brother Qinxiang. Lan saw Qinxiang leaning on a pillar alone, shouted from afar, held Yan Yanran's hand, and ran over. Sister Lan, you have to keep your chest steady when you run in the future. Look. Qinxiang swept his eyes across his surroundings. When Lan ran over just now, his chest was surging with energy and attracted the attention of many people. Scoundrel, he greeted you with good intentions, yet you're still so bad. Lan blushed slightly as she mumbled to herself. Qinxiang patted her head and smiled. Have you recovered fully from yesterday's injuries? It's a pity that you didn't see Mo Huan being beaten up by me. With that, he looked at Yan Yanran, who had a gentle and charming smile. Qinxiang, you aren't regretting eating that relived Dan for me, right? If you want to come back, I really don't know how to return it. Yan Yanran laughed. Qinxiang laughed. Don't worry, I won't let you repay me with your body. I don't believe you. Big brother scoundrel, you must be thinking the same thing. Lan muttered. Is there anything wrong with your body now? Chan Xiang asked seriously. He was not joking. I'm fully recovered. I never thought that I would be able to eat this relived Dan in my lifetime. Not only will it help me heal my injuries, it will also bring me great benefits from cultivation. Thank you, Yanran said sincerely. It's good that you're fine. In the future, don't try to be brave when you meet a guy like W. A.N. Jishinren. Right now, the most important thing is the great war between three realms. Chunxiang sighed. Yanran and Lan both nodded. Oh, right, I just established a sect. This is a hidden sect, and I need some people to join. I think you guys are more suited. And this must be kept a secret and not let those old guys know. Chunxiang's eyes lit up as he whispered. Without even thinking about it, Yanran patted Chunxiang's shoulders and laughed. No problem. It's definitely not bad to follow a rich person like you. Lan laughed. Big brother scoundrel, so that means you're the boss now. Of course. At the very least, I need to provide you with some pills. If I'm not the boss, could it be that I'm going to provide you with some? Chunxiang smiled and rubbed Lan's head. He really liked this naughty and cute girl who was like a blue elf. Although she was much older than him because she was young and looked like a girl, Chunxiang treated her like his little sister. All right, I'll join as well. Lan nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, they trusted each other very much. Furthermore, the forces they were in had already allied with each other. Brother scoundrel, what's the name of your sect? Lan suddenly asked, as Yanran was extremely curious about the matter. Although Lan and Yanran both had their own powers, they could still join Chunxiang's hidden sects because they were friends with him. For example, Chunxiang could also be considered as a part of the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. This is called Dragon Subduing School. Chunxiang suddenly thought of one. So you're saying in the future, you're developing to specifically kill dragons? This was a sect that was fighting against dragons. But I like it. It's domineering enough. Lan said somewhat excitedly. Chunxiang laughed. You don't have to kill a dragon. The majority of dragons subduing martial arts are created by a dragon. It only means that the dragon-slaying power of the dragon is in the martial arts, a dragon that can live a life of prosperity. And this is also true for Dragon Subduing School. They have the power to fight against dragons. Chunxiang had already killed a dragon, and it was even a considerably strong boa dragon. So of course he had the money to take this name. On the other hand, he had already subdued the Blee White Dragon Girl Long Shui. How many are there now? Yanran caressed the hair on his forehead and asked casually. A naturally born seductive woman like Yanran would always reveal a seductive attitude when she wasn't paying attention, but Chunxiang had stopped doing this long ago. We can be considered to have joined. There should be 3 of us. Chunxiang scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. What? Lan and Yanran asked at the same time. Dragon Subduing School is a name that I have just picked. If there are more people in the future, you can consider yourselves elders. Chunxiang laughed. Long ago, Chunxiang had the thought of established.h.i, plussing a strong and fleuries.h.i, plussing sect. With the resources he had, he believed that he would be able to fulfill this wish of his in the near future. Long ago, Chunxiang had the thought of establish. H.I, plussing a strong and fleuries. H.I, plussing sect. With the resources he had, he believed that he would be able to fulfill this wish of his in the near future. Right now, there were not many years until the great war between 3 realms would begin. He was also conflicted on whether he should increase his speed and train a group of elites to be used against the demons, or start after the great war between 3 realms, as Pa said. Chunxiang really hoped that he could have a fight with W.A. and Jishinren. Then he would have the chance to use the soul-absorbing devil spell on W.A.N. Jishinren and find out what the H.E.L. I was going on between W.A. and Jishinren and the person behind him. After the drawing of lots ended, Chen Xiang's opponent was actually the Fire Divine Palace's Tai Ming. The last time Chen Xiang came to register, he and Tai Ming had already had conflicts of words, and Tai Ming himself also loathed Chen Xiang greatly, because when others mentioned him at that time, other than his looks, they would always say that he was inferior to Chen Xiang in other ways. Ji Xingren's opponent was Mo Jian. But what was unexpected was that after the drawing of lots ended, Mo Jian actually forfeited. Mo Jian and Ji Xingren had known each other from the start, but Ji Xingren had forfeited when he wanted to be in a better condition to partake. 1. P8 in the finals. Furthermore, Ji Xingren did not want Mo Jian to display too many Devil Realm martial arts, and at the same time, he did not want Chen Xiang to see too much of his strength. Now, Ji Xingren could truly watch the compet. 1. Tie-in between Chen Xiang and the other party. The Fire Divine Palace was a power above the Heaven Realm, and Tai Ming was also from above the Heaven Realm, so Ji Xingren had long heard of Tai Ming's name. He thought that Tai Ming's strength was on par with his. Chen Xiang, your luck is bad. You actually drew me. Tai Ming laughed coldly. Leave Ji Xingren to me, haha. Chen Xiang groaned and thought, you reckless fool, no matter if I use fire or water, I will be able to beat him to death. Chen Xiang, do what you said, Ji Xingren walked over and asked seriously. Chen Xiang had previously promised Ji Xingren that as long as he was allowed to sign up and Ji Xingren got first place, he would tell him the way to get to the sacred Dan realm. You can talk about it after you get first. Also, you have to watch over me a little. Don't let me get killed. Chen Xiang laughed and walked into the contest ring. There were many array formations on the contest ring in the center of the compet. 1. Tying grounds, because it was a showdown between 100 refining realm S, in order to prevent the energy waves that would erupt during the compet. 1. Tie-in from affecting their surroundings. A ray formation was necessary. Gu Dongqin was hiding in the distance and watching, when suddenly a handsome youth appeared beside him. I have watched this kid's martial arts compet. 1. Tie-in many times, but I can't get tired of it. Fire Divine Palace might be in for it. Lian Yingxiao laughed. If the fire attribute innate qi is not strong, then he will definitely die in the hands of Junior Martial Uncle. His water attribute martial arts are very strong. Gu Dongqin also laughed. Lian Yingxiao suddenly lowered his voice and said, We've found it. Those children that were captured were brought to the tower in the middle of the Devil Subduing College, and their whereabouts were unknown. According to the information that I've obtained, a total of 30,000 children were captured during these past few days, all from remote areas of the various continents. And these are just the informants I bought, and there's something he doesn't know. What do they want these kids in their teens for? No matter what, we will never let them get away with it. Once the Alliance enters the formal stage, we will definitely take down that fellow who is scheming behind the scenes. Gu Dongqin clenched his fists and said angrily, Dan Fragrance, Pure Land, and the two women of Divine Weapons Heavenly Country shouldn't be crossing Nirvana doomed together, right? When they haven't yet reached the 8th stage of the Nirvana tribulation, they are already very terrifying. If they have, what will happen then? Lian Yingxiao shook his head and sighed. It's such a pity. What a waste of cabbages. Pfft. My senior uncle relied on his own abilities to make those two women fall in love with him. You must know that he definitely did not get those relive Dan from Hua Shangyue, because he could not find those two women even after he returned from missing for more than a month. This relive Dan might very well have been obtained by him. When Gu Dongqin brought up this matter, he could not help but sigh. Oh, relive Dan, he gave this kind of thing to the girl called Yanran to eat yesterday. Lian Yingxiao drooped his head and said dejectedly, If I had something like the relive Dan back then, Lu Menger would definitely have followed me. This guy truly has some abilities. Just as Tai Ming stepped onto the contest ring, the temperature of the entire compet, 1. Taiyan ground suddenly rose, causing many people to be drenched in sweat. An invisible heat was not released by Tai Ming, but by an old man who had just stepped into the compet. 1. Taiyan grounds. Chen Xiang stood on top of the contest ring, and he could clearly see a long-bearded old man wearing a fiery red robe. His upper body that was covered with muscles was bare, and he walked over step by step. His face that was filled with scars from swords and blades was extremely fearsome. This old man was very tall. He stood in the crowd, taller than the others by 4 heads. Even the strong men in the crowd, compared to this old man, was like a short, thin boy. This old guy is very strong, Su Meiyao said. Twin fire soul, of course it's strong, but he also doesn't know how to keep a low profile. Long Shui said in disdain. Han Lai, did you come to ruin everything? Man Futian suddenly appeared. As the Prink, 1. P. Al of the Devil Subduing College, since the entire compet. 1. Taiyan Grounds was in such a harsh situation he had to step in. Are all the little imps of mortal realm only at this level? You should know that as long as my blazing ambition is still dancing, the fierce hero flame will not extinguish, and I can't restrain it. The voice of the giant old man was also loud like thunder. Qin Xiang had already guessed that this mysterious old man called Han Lai, who was sent by the upper echelons of the heaven realm to take over the Fire Divine Palace, was the new hall master of the Fire Divine Palace. This degree of heat is unbearable. Is this the level of your devil-subduing college? After the Great War between 3 realms began, the demonic qi that exploded out from the demonic path was much stronger than the steam coming from an old guy like me. When that happens, wouldn't they be scared to the point of peeing? When Han Lai spoke, his thunderous voice could shake the ground and cause the eardrums to ring. Han Lai was only here to watch the compet. 1. Taiyan, but he suddenly felt a bit of pressure. If he accidentally killed Tai Ming, with his personality, there might be a fierce battle happening. Just when everyone was feeling extremely uncomfortable due to the heat, a wave of cold and refres. H.I. plus ing feelings suddenly hit them, causing them to feel as if a field of snow had suddenly fallen on a desert that had been exposed to the sun for a long time. Sensing the cold qi, Chen Xiang's entire body H.I. plus Vered, because this was the cold qi released by the Ice Wind magic kung fu. The only person who could cultivate the Ice Wind magic kung fu to such an extent was Lu Meng. C686. C686, inside the fighting arena. The rankers who were more familiar with Lu Menger could tell that Lu Menger had pas, said the Nirvana tribulation. He was already at the peak of mortal realm. Lu Menger had come with 2 middle-aged, beautiful women, and that was an elder of the divine weapons heavenly country. So Hua Xiangyue was not by her side. She was wearing a white dress and had a white veil over her face. She slowly walked to the side of Gu Dongqin and Lian Yingxiao. The unbearable anger on Han Lai's body had already been suppressed. This also made him feel bad, but he was restrained by a woman just like that. Hua Xiangyue hasn't transcended the heavenly tribulation. Why hasn't this demon come? Chen Xiang was a little worried about this coquettish servant. She is an alchemist. Her nirvana doom is harder to deal with than ordinary people. You will know when the time comes. Su Meiyao said, What? It seems like alchemist is not that easy to mess with. Chen Xiang's heart slightly shrank. From the rumors, he knew that the Nirvana Doom was extremely terrifying. It was the nightmare of all the warriors in Nirvana stage. Qin Xiang looked at Man Futian and asked, Prink. 1. P. Al, it's inevitable that we will miss the compet. 1. Taiyan, if something goes wrong, we will destroy the opponent. Man Futian said, Don't worry, we will not allow anyone to take revenge here. Even if someone really wanted to kill Qin Xiang, Ji Xingren had to protect Qin Xiang because he knew the whereabouts of the sacred Dan realm. Fan Yakin was someone from the sacred Dan realm, and Ji Shengren could be sure of this point, but Fan Yakin suddenly disappeared, and at that time, Qinxiang also disappeared too, so and Ji Shengren believed what Qinxiang said, and he knew where Fan Yakin was. Don't worry and fight. It's none of your business who dies. I'm just here to see if the younger generation of Fire Divine Palace has made any progress. Han Lai's voice was like thunder, shaking the people around him until their blood was boiling. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. If that was the case, he wouldn't have any worries. Tai Ming laughed coldly. You really think you can injure me? You'll know soon enough. Chun Xiang looked at the old man below contest ring and said, When do you want to start? I think we're all ready. To be able to become an important figure in the Fire Divine Palace, their conditions were all very good, and most of them had Fire Soul S. Of course, these Fire Soul S were plundered from various different worlds. Qin Xiang also knew that the Fire Divine Palace would either sell the Fire Soul to some rankers or give it to some rankers in exchange for resources and protection. Hence, over the years, the Fire Divine Palace had become more and more powerful, and there were more and more people who owned the Fire Soul. Tai Ming's body already emitted a fiery red mist, which coiled around his body. Anyone near the contest ring could also feel the scorching air. Begin. As his voice fell, the anger on Tai Ming's body suddenly turned purple, meaning that he possessed a purple fire soul. This could be considered one of the best, while earthly fire soul and netherworld fire soul were very few in number. The strength of the Fire Divine Palace was not only because they had more people with fire soul, but also because of their body, the Fire God method. The Fire God method had long been under Chen Xiang's control, so almost all the experts in the Fire Divine Palace cultivated this mystical technique. Chun Xiang could tell with a single glance that Tai Ming was using the Fire God Storm, a martial skill that could release scorching hot winds. Just the beginning, countless purple-colored gales appeared above the contest ring, sweeping towards Qin Xiang like a storm, releasing a hot gush of air, causing those near the contest ring to have no choice but to stay far away. This fellow's flame training is not bad. It can compress the flame into an astral chi and turn it into a sharp blade to attack. It's just that this is of no use to me. Qin Xiang just stood there and activated his Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, allowing a transparent mist to form on the surface of his body, while the purple-colored aura that carried a scorching energy upon contact with his body seemed to have fallen into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. The originally incomparably berserk air was turned extremely gentle by Chen Xiang's Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, and then it was absorbed into his body. He circulated the Fire Dan Tian and completely refined the flames that he sucked in. Tai Ming's first move was extremely stunning. Countless purple flames formed into a gale. Like countless purple sword lights, they formed a storm and swept towards Qin Xiang, releasing a dazzling purple light. Even if there was an array formation on top of the contest ring, it still wouldn't be able to stop that kind of terrifying heat wave from leaking. However, what was most shocking was Qin Xiang. After the powerful purple qi entered his body, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was not even the slightest movement. Seeing Chen Xiang's relaxed expression, she did not seem to take him seriously at all. Tai Ming frowned. It was his first time encountering such a situation. Other than those experts whose strength exceeded his, there was no other possibility of such a situation happening. A purple flame ignited on top of one of Tai Ming's arms, and the image of a huge purple hammer suddenly appeared on his arm. After that, he rushed towards Qin Xiang, and his arm turned into a purple flickering gigantic hammer. Since this guy's martial spirit is a hammer, it was Chen Xiang's first time seeing these people using their weapon as a weapon to release their martial spirits. The gigantic sledgehammer suddenly grew larger. Tai Ming didn't even get close to Qin Xiang when the sledgehammer came across. Plussing down, and its speed was extremely fast, but Chen Xiang was still able to dodge it beautifully. Just as he dodged, the huge hammer came SMAs. Plussing down once again, which Chen Xiang did not expect. He immediately threw out a punch and used devil subduing method, causing an explosive paw sound. Qin Xiang never thought that the other arm of Tai Ming would also become a long and big purple hammer. The impact of the two hammers was extremely strong, shaking the entire martial arena. The two hammers were Tai Ming's arms, so he was able to control them with ease. Although the hammers were formed from his martial spirits, they were formed from a large amount of innate qi and were as hard as diamond. Just as Qin Xiang blocked the hammer, the other hammer also swept over, its speed so fast that it turned into a purple arc of light in the air. Qin Xiang raised his leg and used the power of 10th layer of devil-suppressing power to produce 10 explosive sounds. The purple hammer that was flying towards him was immediately dispersed by the fierce kick. He really does have some skills. Qin Xiang looked at the other huge hammer that was SMA's. Plussing down and struck it with his palm. This is something formed from a martial spirit, so of course it's not easy to destroy. You have to understand that it's not that easy to cultivate a martial spirit, nor is it so easy to cultivate it to its peak. Su Meiyao said. The hammer that was kicked away by Tai Ming just now had recovered its form and continued to strike at Qin Xiang. Water vines! Qin Xiang screamed in his heart, and water suddenly surged out from beneath Tai Ming's feet, and the water instantly turned into a water dragon, wrapped tightly around Tai Ming's body. The water vines that Qin Xiang had released were even more powerful than before. They were formed from the dense water attribute innate qi, which turned into water dragons that tightly coiled around Tai Ming. The water vines that Qin Xiang had released were even more powerful than before. They were formed from the dense water attribute innate qi, which turned into water dragons that tightly coiled around Tai Ming. He punched and kicked, blocking the two hammers that were coming at him, then leaped into the air and landed behind Tai Ming. After Tai Ming was entangled by the water vines, the fire energy in his body had been greatly reduced, and he was being attacked by the endless fire energy, which was slowly extinguished. Plussing the fire energy in his body. Despicable! Tai Ming roared. Even though he said that, he had no choice but to admit that Qin Xiang's technique was extremely powerful, especially that water attribute innate qi. It made him feel terrified. He had always thought that Qin Xiang was only an alchemist who paid attention to fire, but never did he expect that the water attribute innate qi would be so powerful. Both of Qin Xiang's fists were covered with white mist, while Contest Ring was also trembling slightly. The appearance of the dragon power meant that Qin Xiang was about to attack. The appearance of this power made many experts envious. This power was extremely strong, far surpa. Sing the innate qi. Following the thunderous explosion, Qin Xiang threw out a punch, like lightning. The extremely strong penetrating power penetrated from Tai Ming's back to his heart and directly shattered his heart, causing him to be completely unable to resist as his body continued to be tightly entangled by the water dragons. The invasion of the restricted water energy made Tai Ming completely lose his ability to resist. He had no defense, and he would have at least lost half his life if he were to get punched by Qin Xiang's terrifying dragon power and devil subduing method. Qin Xiang punched Tai Ming twice on his back consecutively, causing Tai Ming to cough out blood as he shouted. Everyone could clearly see Qin Xiang's fist strength surge out from Tai Ming's body through his back. Without any defense, even after taking 3 heavy punches, Tai Ming was still able to stand there and moan. You aren't completely used to the fire soul in your body, yet are you? This fire soul originally had a master, and will definitely not get used to your body for a while. Now that your body has suffered a heavy injury, this fire soul seems to be about to come out. Qin Xiang sneered as he looked at Tai Ming's body that was emitting purple mist. Qin Xiang had a better understanding of fire soul and was able to see the reason behind it. Tai Ming's fire soul had indeed been drawn from someone else's body. What do you want? Tai Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. Qin Xiang placed his palm on Tai Ming's back, but the other hand was frantically hitting Tai Ming, causing Tai Ming to let out one miserable scream after another. Tai Ming suddenly felt his own fire soul quickly leaving his body, causing him to be greatly shocked. He immediately confirmed that Chen Xiang was in the middle of extracting his fire soul, and just as he was about to call out to Han Lai, Chen Xiang punched him in the face, causing the bones and teeth on his face to instantly shatter. In order to prevent Tai Ming from speaking, Chen Xiang continuously punched Tai Ming in the face. In everyone's eyes, it was just Tai Ming being entangled by water vines, while Chen Xiang was using this chance to wildly ravage Tai Ming. But Chen Xiang was extracting the fire soul from Tai Ming's body. If he were to sell it in the future at the Heaven Realm, he would definitely be able to get some good herbs. Now that he had the chance, Chen Xiang would definitely not let it go, since the fire soul was something that the Fire Divine Palace S and A to C had from other people. Chen Xiang had his own mana, so he could wrap around the fire soul and keep it inside his dantian for now. This way, he wouldn't be fusing with the fire soul himself, and after the compet tie-in was over, he would take the fire soul out from his body and place it inside the container to keep it. In order to not let Fire Divine Palace know, Tai Ming was dead meat. This made Chen Xiang extremely surprised. He did not expect Han Lai to be so cold and attached towards Tai Ming to such an extent, and this also made him even more daring. The process of drawing the fire soul would take some time, and Chen Xiang could not just let Tai Ming die right now or else the compet tie-in would be over. Therefore, he used an ingenious method, able to make Tai Ming let out a powerful howl continuously. Fire Divine Palace did not think that they would become their prey in the eyes of others, and that Chen Xiang's methods of extracting fire soul were much more profound than theirs. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you actually want to touch my woman. I can't disturb you any more. Chen Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search Tai Ming's memories, and unexpectedly discovered that Tai Ming had many ulterior motives. He even planned to capture Yun Xiaodao and the others to threaten him. Lu Menger frowned slightly. Can't this little guy keep a low profile? Fortunately, that old fellow called Han Lai did not make a move. Gu Dongqin also felt that Chen Xiang was going overboard. He could just kill him, but he just continued to beat him up. What they did not know was that the purple fire soul that Chen Xiang was prepared to obtain could make many people give their lives to S. N-A to C-H it. Done, let's go. Chen Xiang chuckled. Both palms landed on Tai Ming's body, and the devil subduing method, dragon power, and heaven blasting palm fused together, forming a terrifying berserk energy. The incomparably strong pressure grinded Tai Ming's body into powder and dispersed him into the fighting arena. Die. It's done. Originally, they thought that Chen Xiang wanted to punish Tai Ming, but in the end, they still killed him. W-A-N-G Xingren's face darkened. He did not expect the compet. Tie-in to end so quickly, and from beginning to end, it had been Chen Xiang who held the upper hand. Tai Ming had only been beaten up, but at least Tai Ming had come down from the top of the Heaven Realm, yet he was still in such a terrible situation. This gave W-A-N-G Shorin a lot of pressure, because the afternoon match would be between him and Chen Xiang. Han Lai's reaction was extremely surprising. After Tai Ming died, he only sneered. I knew this kind of brat doesn't have much ability. With that said, Han Lai took a big step and walked out of the compet. Tie-in grounds. After he was done, Chen Xiang looked at Gu Dongqin and then anxiously left the compet. Tie-in grounds, flying straight for Gu Dongqin's house. Since Gu Dongqin wanted to protect him, he naturally had to follow along. Let's continue talking about the alliance when we get back. Why is Junior Marshal Uncle running so fast? Gu Dongqin threw down his words and chased after her. Lu Menger and Lian Yingxiao were still there. They could only hear Lian Yingxiao asking in a low voice, Miss Lu, you really, and that brat? Really? Lu Menger responded indifferently, then floated to chase after him. Chen Xiang hid in the secret room with a transparent pearl in his hand. It was empty inside, and his entire arm was emitting a purple mist. My G. Oh, D, if I didn't have the heaven fire soul, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the fire soul inside my body and then let it out. What Chun Xiang was doing right now had already exceeded the knowledge of many old fellows. Even Long Shuai and Bai Yuyu were extremely surprised. The crystal ball in Qin Xiang's hand quickly turned purple and burst with a burst of dazzling purple light. He had already completely obtained the fire soul. The crystal ball in Qin Xiang's hand quickly turned purple and burst with a burst of dazzling purple light. He had already completely obtained the fire soul. Sister Mei Yao, if you don't have a better fire soul in the future, this will be yours. Qin Xiang laughed. Su Meiyao had fantasized about fusing with the purple fire soul a long time ago, but he never thought that this purple-colored fire soul would be so worthless in Qin Xiang's eyes. Qin Xiang also had the corpses of 2 Fire Divine Palace Elders and the fire soul inside. Although it was a green-colored fire soul, it could still be used by others. Moreover, many people in the Fire Divine Palace had fire soul-less, so as long as he found the opportunity, he would definitely hunt down the people of Fire Divine Palace. At that time, he would have a basket full of fire soul-less. I still have a Leihan fruit, hee. Qin Xiang could already see the wealth he would have in the future, and would definitely be able to cause the heaven and earth to tremble. When Qin Xiang came up, the hall was already filled with many old fellows who were discussing about the alliance. With the Partik, 1. Asian of the divine weapons heavenly country, many powers were more at ease. Scoundrel, where should we build our sect? Seeing Chen Xiang coming into the courtyard, Lan Lan anxiously ran over. Yanran smiled charmingly. Boss, what kind of position do I have in the sect in the future? Chun Xiang made a hush gesture. Keep a low profile. We are an underground force, so we don't have a fixed place. As for the specific position, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Chun Xiang said in a low voice, in the future, when we're talking about this sort of thing, we can't stay in this kind of place. Lan Lan stuck out his tongue. Got it. If possible, you must help me rope in some talented people. You must definitely trust them. Chun Xiang said, no problem, I'm the best at it. When I was in Beast Martial School, I was in charge of a SSA. Sinations, so if you want to find someone you can trust to keep your mouth shut, leave it to me. Yanran laughed. At that time, Xiao Chou, Xiao Dao, and the others would also join. I have told them about this a long time ago, but they have been delayed by too many things. Qin Xiang said, is that the brat from Great Strength Race? Lan Lan's eyes flashed. I really want to catch this little fellow who knows how to act more inexperienced than me. Qin Xiang laughed. He isn't a little brat anymore, but you can go and hit his bald head in the future, haha. After the group of rankers in the hall finished talking, they saw Chan Xiang chatting happily with Yan Yanran and Yan Yanran in the courtyard. They could not help but cough dryly. Lan Lan and Yanran followed the representatives of their powers and left. After the others left, Lu Menger flew over with a face full of jealousy. Scoundrel, your claws are getting longer and longer. They're reaching far enough. The Empress's aura from before disappeared without a trace and turned into a gentle and seductive woman who was jealous. Let's go in first. Chun Xiang pulled Lu Menger's jade hand and pulled her into the room. Once the door closed, Qin Xiang impatiently gagged. Although Lu Menger had a lot of things to say, she was the same as Qin Xiang right now and yearned for the kind of feeling where her tongue was entwined. 2 soft tongues crazily twined as the 2 frantically sucked at each other's saliva. The charming beauty would occasionally let out an intoxicating moan. Qin Xiang pressed Lu Menger onto the bed. Below his chest was a pair of soft and rich big rabbits, and Qin Xiang only let his chest gently rub against hers. Lu Menger's cheeks were red, her eyes were blurry, and indescribably flirtatious. This made Chun Xiang unable to help himself from kissing her cherry lips once again. Elder Sister Menger, I missed you so much. Qin Xiang hugged Lu Menger tightly. Little scoundrel, I think you're thinking of something else. Lu Meng'er scoffed. I heard that you fed a relive Dan to the girl called Yan Yanran. Qin Xiang stroked her smooth earlobes and laughed. This vinegar pool has turned over, ha. Don't laugh. Lu Meng'er placed her fist on Qin Xiang's chest. Honestly, are you going to keep her? Qin Xiang continued to smile as he spoke. I also gave Zhu Rong a piece of relive Dan. Then, according to your thoughts, Zhu Rong and I. Lu Meng'er also laughed. Little scoundrel, why do you have so many relive Dan? Xiang Yue, this demoness, if you are with me, there is no way I can help you refine it. I won't tell you the secret. Chen Xiang said mysteriously. Lu Meng'er did not say anything to her, but he had his reasons. Chen Xiang had many secrets, and they were all very important matters. Even if Lu Meng'er was curious, he would not pursue the matter. Have you Pa-S? Said the 8th Nirvana tribulation? Chen Xiang asked. He wanted to confirm about this matter. If it weren't for you, then I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly. No wonder Fei Xiangyu was willing to be your maid. Lu Meng'er sat up and started to tidy up his clothes. At this time, Qin Xiang took out some of the clothes he bought in the sacred Dan realm and handed them over to Lu Meng'er, then laughed sinisterly. I bought these for you. Let me see them again. You want to watch me change my clothes? No way. Lu Meng'er saw the colorful, beautiful clothes and immediately had them and kept them in his storage ring. That's right. Where is that little girl Xiang Yue? Chen Xiang had a batch of ingredients in his hands, and he wanted to give them to Hua Xiang Yue so that she could turn these ingredients into pills. She's still in closed-door cultivation. She's from Alchemist, and her Nirvana doom is harder than ordinary people's. But don't worry, I have a lot of pills left over from my tribulation. I gave them all to her. Lu Meng'er laughed. No matter what, she is my servant. Qin Xiang also took out a few materials he bought from the sacred Dan realm. These were all very precious, and some of the heaven realm even had them, but they weren't worth much in the sacred Dan realm. So Lu Meng'er was pleasantly surprised. This is my death-haunting arrow. Help me improve it or refine it from scratch. Qin Xiang gave this Sination weapon to Lu Meng'er. With death-haunting arrow only being able to kill extreme realm, it was already not suitable for him to use. No problem. I just said through Nirvana doom anyways, so I have plenty of time. I'll help you improve it. Lu Meng'er played with it for a while before putting it away. Elder Sister Meng'er, how are your cultivation progress? Have you been staying in the time formation all this time? Qin Xiang chuckled. You've been thinking of me since the beginning, hee. Lu Meng'er spat out. Her jade foot kicked towards Qin Xiang, but was caught by Qin Xiang. But her jade-like leg suddenly emitted a gold light. Within the gold light, many patterns appeared, and they entered a formation. So powerful! Qin Xiang sensed the power released by the array and cried out. Lu Meng'er pulled back her feet and laughed. It is indeed very powerful, but very difficult to learn. Fortunately, we have the Taiji magic Kung Fu. Otherwise, neither the two of us would know when we will be able to learn it. Previously, when he fought with Wenji Shengren, he had seen that devil-suppressing fist. It was indeed very strong, especially when used against demons. Previously, when he fought with Wenji Shengren, he had seen that devil-suppressing fist. It was indeed very strong, especially when used against demons. Just as Lu Meng'er finished arranging her clothes, Qin Xiang took her in his arms. Gudongchen gave me a copy of Devil Subduing Method. This is much easier to learn than the one you gave me. I have to go back and distribute it to the core disciples. Okay. Lu Meng'er leaned into Chen Xiang's embrace and reached her jade hands into Chen Xiang's clothes and pinched Qin Xiang's chest. That was written by my master. Before long, the devil-suppressing fist and the devil-suppressing chi array will come out as well. This way, he can suppress the power of the devil-subduing college. Chun Xiang chuckled and kissed Lu Meng'er affectionately for a while before letting her go. Looks like I have to learn the devil-suppressing fist and the devil-suppressing chi array as soon as possible. As Chun Xiang recalled the profound and obscure mental cultivation methods from the two doors, he couldn't help but have a headache. Even if this were to spread out, I'm afraid very few people would be able to learn it. My understanding is extremely taxing. Chun Xiang shook his head and left the house, walking towards the martial arena. This was the last battle, and it was extremely important for Chun Xiang, because he wanted to hear the plot of the devil-subduing college from W.A. and Jishengren. This was a very rare opportunity, and after he wins, could the white dragon blood Dan still be able to help the white-haired beauty, Leng Yulan, awaken the white dragon vein in her body? To W.A. and Jishengren, it was equally important because not only did he have to establish his might, he also had to find out about the sacred Dan realm from Chun Xiang. So when the time came, they would all give it their all. W.A. and Jishengren had arrived earlier than Chun Xiang. If it was before, he might not have put Chun Xiang in his eyes, but he had fought with Chun Xiang before. So after seeing him fight in front of his own eyes, he had a new understanding of Chun Xiang's strength. The white dragon blood, Dan, is on you. Chun Xiang walked onto the contest ring and asked with a smile. He was more concerned about this. He was worried that W.A. and Jishengren might die accidentally, and the white dragon blood Dan could not be obtained from his body. I've submitted all the seats to the dean, W.A. and Jishengren coldly said. When Chun Xiang asked this, he was undoubtedly telling him that he would not hold anything back. W.A. and Jishengren also had scruples. What about you? If I accidentally kill you? Chun Xiang laughed. If I die, Fan Yakin will come find you. Don't worry about that. W.A. and Jishengren had always half believed and half doubted Chun Xiang, but he had no choice but to trust Chun Xiang, because this was the only way he could go to the sacred Dan realm. I heard that the sacred Dan realm is not small. You seem to be very confident that you can find what you want once you get there. Chun Xiang could tell that W.A. and Jishengren seemed to be very confident. You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, you will know whether or not I am worthy to be the son of W.A. and Jishengren clenched his fists tightly, his voice carrying a haughty aura, his entire body releasing a unique aura, looking rather impressive. Even if W.A. and Jishengren could find it, he wouldn't be able to fuse it. This was because the poison in the devil-suppressing blood was so poisonous that even a powerful immortal like Du Hai would die from fear. This guy definitely has a way to find the devil-suppressing blood. When you search through his memories, you have to be more thorough. Bai Yu warned her. Many rankers also hid among them. The D child was an extremely important figure in the devil-subduing college. They wanted to see if Chun Xiang would be able to kill the D child. Han Lai did not come. He did not seem to be too concerned about the outcome of this battle, and Lu Meng'er was also in a rush to return. She was not worried at all about Chun Xiang's strength, because she knew very well how strong he was. He would not be killed even if he lost. Gu Dongqin was worried that the old guy from the devil-subduing college would take care of Chun Xiang after he killed him. So he invited a group of warriors who were on good terms with him to come here as a precaution. Chun Xiang, if you admit defeat now and serve me in the future, I can let go of my past hatred and gift you the white dragon blood Dan as well. W.A. and Jishengren said his body emitted a layer of hazy golden light. This was the devil-suppressing chi. And in front of W.A. and Jishengren's chest, an octagonal array formed from golden silk appeared. This was the devil-suppressing chi array that he had released. It could be used for defense. W.A. and Jishengren was displaying his own strength. He was telling Chun Xiang that he had already completely mastered the demon subduing fist, but didn't think that it was anything impressive at all. As long as Chun Xiang had some time, He would be able to master the demon-suppressing technique much better than this W. A. N. G. Shengren. After all, he had already learned the devil-suppressing kung fu and merged with the devil-suppressing blood. You want me to serve you? It's impossible. Just give up on that thought of yours, Chen Xiang said lightly. Then don't regret it. W. A. N. G. Shengren's body trembled. The golden light around his body became even more glaring, as though he was a god, releasing an extremely oppressive aura, making people want to kneel down and wars. H.I. plus P him. The finals begin. Following the powerful shout of an old man, W. A. N. G. Shengren threw a punch into the air. After the punch was thrown, it brought along countless of golden fist images as it flew towards Chen Xiang. What made Chen Xiang feel threatened was that in front of these countless fist shadows, there was a huge golden chi formation. Devil-suppressing fist and devil-suppressing chi array. Although Chen Xiang didn't learn it, he could see it clearly. But this couldn't scare him away. That's nothing to be proud of. Chen Xiang sneered, his fists tensed up, veins popping out. A burst of purple lightning flashed out from his fists, while dazzling purple electric snakes shot out in all directions. The terrifying thunder power struck the array formation above the contest ring, making ZZ sounds and would even release purple light. Chen Xiang possessed the thunder soul, so his thunder power was extremely terrifying. As the countless golden fists pushed the devil-suppressing chi array over, the purple lightning on Chen Xiang's fist became even more violent, as though it could pierce through the array above the contest ring and kill everyone present. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Chen Xiang punched out, and countless purple electric snakes gathered together on his fist, forming a dragon head that flickered with purple lightning. The thunder power became even more berserk, and the dragon head roared, dragging along a wave of terrifying lightning that struck onto the devil-suppressing chi array like lightning. Chen Xiang did not use the dragon power, nor did he use it. He only used the thunder power to fight with W. A. N. G. Shengren, which made many people think that Chen Xiang did not use his full strength because he was mocking W. A. N. G. Shengren. Originally, W. A. N. G. Shengren wanted to experience Chen Xiang's strongest strength, but now that Chen Xiang was only using the thunder power, he suddenly felt humiliated. However, when that violent purple lightning dragon charged towards them with lightning speed, everyone dared to believe it, because the berserk thunder power had completely destroyed both W. A. N. G. Shengren's devil-suppressing fist and devil-suppressing chi array, and its aura was not reduced at all, as it angrily rushed towards W. A. N. G. Shengren. W. A. N. G. Shengren never thought that the thunder power Chen Xiang released at this moment would actually be so terrifying. The kind of berserk energy that was filled with destruction was comparable to that of the dragon power. W. A. N. G. Shengren never thought that the thunder power Chen Xiang released at this moment would actually be so terrifying. The kind of berserk energy that was filled with destruction was comparable to that of the dragon power. His arms shook, crossing them over his chest, and a circular golden sculpture-like array formation suddenly appeared, slowly revolving. It was filled with profound spirit grain, and this was another devil-suppressing chi array, and it was extremely big, like a gigantic golden S. H.I. plus ELD that blocked in front of W. A. N. G. Shengren. As W. A. N. G. Shengren poured in a large amount of devil-suppressing chi, the devil-suppressing chi array released an even more intense golden light, making it look extremely sacred. Chen Xiang was attracted by the strangeness of the devil-suppressing chi array. He never thought that, after using it, it would actually look like a real thing. The fury dragon, whose entire body was covered in purple lightning, crashed into the golden array S. H.I. plus ELD, but W. A. N. G. Shengren stood there motionlessly, showing how powerful his defense was. The force behind Chen Xiang's tyrant dragon fist had also disappeared, and just as W. A. N. G. Shengren heaved a sigh of relief, He saw the stage being enveloped by the purple light again, and purple lightning once again appearing on Qin Xiang's fist. And this time it was even 2 fists. Let's see how long you can last. Qin Xiang laughed out loud, both fists punching out at the same time. And in an instant, 2 purple lightning Tyrannosaurus dragons that were even larger than before, whose aura overflowed to the skies as they flew out from Qin Xiang's fists. The entire martial arena echoed with the roars of the 2 violent lightning dragons. Their roars shook everyone to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. Other than the majestic dragon roars in their ears, there was no other sound. At this time, the contest ring was like a surging ocean, and the reason why the ocean was surging and churning was because of these 2 dragons. Right now, W.A. and Ji Shengren felt that he was standing on a small boat. The 2 purple lightning dragon clashed with the suddenly enlarged golden S, H-I plus ELD at the same time. This time W.A. and Ji Shengren was pushed back a little, and the power of the devil-suppressing Qi array also weakened a lot. It's not over yet. Qin Xiang waved his fists around like crazy. It was so fast that people could feel that he had dozens of arms. The most shocking thing was that each of his punches released a purple lightning Tyrannosaurus dragon with a monstrous aura. Tyrant Dragon Fist was a very berserk martial art within the Azure Dragon Divine technique. It could only be used when the thunder power had reached a certain level. Dozens of purple electric Tyrannosaurus dragons shot out their fists, shooting waves of purple light that blotted the sky and covered the ground as they charged towards W.A. and Ji Shengren again. This extremely violent lightning energy had already made many pract. 1. Tioniers of thunder power feel inferior. Even the Nirvana stage warriors were shocked. They had guessed that Qin Xiang must have thunder soul-less. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to reach such a terrifying realm. You want me to use the dragon power on you? You are not worthy. I can use the thunder power to kill you. Qin Xiang laughed loudly. The sleeves above his arms had already been shattered by the wild lightning that shot out crazily, but his fists were still clasped. H.I. plussing through the air continuously. Countless purple lightning Tyrannosaurus dragons were attacking W.A.N. Ji Shengren's golden S. H.I. plus ELD unceasingly. W.A.N. Ji Shengren felt extremely humiliated. Previously, when Qin Xiang was fighting with Tai Ming, Qin Xiang had used the dragon power, but he did not. Don't be arrogant. The consequences of underestimating me are very serious. W.A.N. Ji Shengren suddenly roared. An extremely tall, golden statue of a person suddenly appeared behind him. The face of the statue did not seem to be seen, but it made people feel as if they were looking up at A.G.O.D. devil-suppressing fist. The golden statue on W.A.N. Ji Shengren's back suddenly waved its huge arm and punched at Qin Xiang. Just as Qin Xiang wanted to dodge, the fist that was so fast that surprisingly would land on his body. In that moment, he felt as if his body was suddenly struck by countless of fists. Even though he had devil-suppressing golden body and profound wood diamond armor, he still felt his body aching. Seeing that Qin Xiang was beaten to the point of spitting blood, W.A.N. Ji Shengren laughed arrogantly. You're so arrogant! As W.A.N. Ji Shengren moved, the tall golden illusionary figure behind him followed him as well. Whatever W.A.N. Ji Shengren did, the tall golden illusionary figure would look exactly the same as what he did. The golden simulacrum was extremely tall, about 10 meters tall, like a giant. Following W.A.N. Ji Shengren's attack, the golden simulacrum kept hitting Qin Xiang. The huge fists were actually formed from countless small fists. This was the higher-level devil-suppressing fist. This made Qin Xiang extremely excited. If he also mastered it, it would be even more powerful. Let's see how long you can last. Such a powerful move didn't work on you in the beginning. You must have consumed a lot of your energy, right? Chen Xiang wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and laughed lightly. Enough to defeat you. W.A. And Ji Xingren was surprised because he did not dodge the devil-suppressing fist formed by the golden image, but stood there with his fists clenched. You're asking for trouble. The giant golden fist came cross. H.I. plussing down from above like a meteor with golden flames burning in it. Everyone suddenly shouted out, because Chen Xiang did not have any protection outside of his body, making them think that he did not have any strength to resist. After that fist ruthlessly smashed down, Chen Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood, but his feet did not move even half a step, and his waist was still as straight as a mountain. Impossible! W.A. And Ji Xingren could not believe it. With a roar, the gigantic golden illusionary figure smashed down with all of his might, and with every punch the ground would shake, many people jumping up and down from the impact. Although Chen Xiang was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, he still unbelievably stood there, not moving half a step. W.A. And Ji Xingren gasped for breath. He had consumed a lot of energy. He did not remember how many fists he had thrown, but no matter how he punched, Chen Xiang would always be able to stand there. Chen Xiang's body had already reached a level above average, and he also had a Yulong blood. Even though his body was injured, his recovery speed was extremely fast, so after finding a round of fierce attacks, he was only slightly injured. I'll kill you. A golden Qilin image suddenly appeared on W.A. and Ji Xingren's body. This guy is going to use his martial spirit. He looks very powerful. Don't let him use it. It seems like he wants to die together with us. Hurry up and control him. Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang's hands anxiously used the dense, genuine qi of 5 elements in his body to turn the innate qi into dragon power, and then used the energy circulation method in the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. Pus. H.I. Plussing his palms forward, his arms trembled, and the veins on his arms suddenly swelled up a white mist gus. H.I. Plussing out from his hands. The white mist began to churn, forming a white dragon head that looked as if it had been carved out of platinum. Dragon subduing origin energy. Gu Dongqin shouted in shock, and those who had sparred with Huang Jintian before all exclaimed in shock. Their memories of this move were still fresh in their minds. W.E. Ji Xingren wanted to release his martial spirit, which was one of the warrior's strongest moves. However, as an earth-shaking dragon's roar came out, a platinum-carved white dragon flew towards W.E. Ji Xingren with its claws bared and teeth bared. W.A. and Ji Xingren wanted to release his martial spirit, which was one of the warrior's strongest moves. However, as an earth-shaking dragon's roar came out, a platinum-carved white dragon flew towards W.A. and Ji Xingren with its claws bared and teeth bared. This was the move that Chen Xiang used the most of his power, the dragon subduing essence. It was the stronger move from the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. The lifelike white dragon smashed towards W.A. and Ji Xingren, and all of them entered W.A. and Ji Xingren's body. W.A. and Ji Xingren, who was about to release his martial spirit, released a burst of crackling sounds. His clothes were torn to shreds, blood flowing out of his body, and he released a deep dragon's roar. After the strong dragon power poured into W.A. and Ji Xingren's body, it exploded inside his body. Chen Xiang immediately rushed over and grabbed W.A. and Ji Xingren's neck. At the same time that he searched through W.A. and Ji Xingren's memories, another hand smashed into W.A. and Ji Xingren's body crazily, just like how he used to deal with Tai Ming. What is this? This guy actually has such a powerful consciousness. No wonder he can release some power that can affect one's mind. Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. When he searched through W.A. and Ji Xingren's memories, he sent out a ball of golden energy. Through W.A. and Jishinren's memories, he found out that it was actually an incomplete divine soul. This is the demon suppressing D soul. He can use this demon suppressing D soul to sense the treasures left behind by the devil suppressing heavenly venerable. No wonder he has the confidence to find the devil suppressing blood in the sacred Dan realm. Chun Xiang was extremely shocked. Devour his soul, and then destroy his sea of consciousness. Bai Yu said, Chun Xiang, what are you doing? Why would your spirit appear in my sea of consciousness? Chun Xiang suddenly heard and Jishinren's weak voice. Your devil-suppressing divine palace is letting me off too easily. Chun Xiang replied with his divine sense, You want to devour my soul? How did you do it, you? Chun Xiang unleashed the soul-absorbing devil spell, quickly pulling over the devil-suppressing divine palace in Jishinren's sea of consciousness and merging it into his own soul. At the same time, he searched through Jishinren's memories, searching for the thing he wanted to know. I found it. There really is a conspiracy. So that's how it is. After the broken, devil-suppressing divine palace obtained it, Chun Xiang ruthlessly struck a palm at Jishinren's head. He muttered, I shall just spare your life and let you live a life worse than death. All of the meridians in Jishinren's body had been broken, and his soul's sea of consciousness had been destroyed by Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang had obtained a lot of shocking information from Jishinren, and the incomplete demon desuppressing soul was also slowly merging with his original divine soul. After it completely merged, his soul would become even stronger. Jishinren had been kicked off contest ring by Chun Xiang, and this almighty son of D had now become completely crippled. This made many of the devil-subduing college's students present sob endlessly. They had thought that the very powerful D child had actually fallen like this. Previously, this D child had bragged about how he would become a D in the future, but now had been completely destroyed by Chun Xiang. A few elders from the devil-subduing college immediately ran over to help Jishinren up. They looked at him angrily and were ready to attack too. Although Chun Xiang did not kill him, Jishinren was now in a better position than death, and the future pillar of support for the devil-subduing college was turned into a pile of mud by Chun Xiang. Where's the white dragon blood Dan? Chun Xiang looked at Man Futian, who was below the stage. Man Futian did not really hate Chun Xiang. He had long known that Jishinren had concealed some heartless act from him. He threw a jade box to Chun Xiang, and when Chun Xiang opened it, he saw a walnut-sized white pill lying inside with some red and white liquid flowing from it. It's true. After Long Xue confirmed it, Chun Xiang kept it and walked over to Gu Dongqin. His expression was extremely solemn, because he knew of the conspiracy between Jishinren and the person behind the scenes. Return to Super Martial School. Not only did Chun Xiang not feel happy about winning, he had a serious look on his face, and he knew that there was definitely a reason behind it. Just as Gu Dongqin was bringing Chun Xiang out of the martial arena, a burst of golden clouds suddenly floated over from the sky. A voice that carried an incomparable rage was heard. Chun Xiang, what did you do to Jishinren? If you had only destroyed his body, that would have been fine, but you had also wasted his sea of consciousness and crippled his soul. Jishinren's master is called Tai Hong. He was very strong and was originally a powerful immortal. However, he made a mistake in the devil-suppressing divine palace and clashed with the higher-ups of the devil-suppressing divine palace, causing his strength to decline after being heavily injured, which is why he was able to come to the mortal martial realm. Chun Xiang used his divine sense to tell Gu Dongqin. Gu Dongqin frowned. Although he believed what Chun Xiang said, he was suspicious of how Chun Xiang suddenly knew. Whatever I want to do, so be it. In any case, whatever happens during the compet, Wan Tian. So it's already benevolent of me to spare his life. Chun Xiang answered loudly, not at all afraid of this man. When he was at Sacred Dan Realm, he had already slaughtered powerful immortals and dragons. Gu Dongqin looked at the golden cloud in the sky and sneered, "What kind of man are you afraid of? Come out if you have the guts!" The golden cloud in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the voice did not appear again. Chen Xiang glanced at the approaching Zhua Jinxuan. Elder Zhua, the devil-subduing college is no longer controlled by the people from the devil-suppressing divine palace. The one behind the scenes is Tai Hong. He has been expelled by the devil-suppressing divine palace. I got it, Zhua Zhenxuan replied and left quickly. Gu Dongqin also brought Chen Xiang into the transmission array and returned to Super Martial School. Super Martial Profound Realm. Gu Dongqin's residence secret room. Junior Martial Uncle, how did you know about Tai Hong? Gu Dongqin said, when I was sparring with W.A. and Ji Shengren, I was forced to ask about it. Of course, he used his consciousness to send me a sound transmission. Qin Xiang sighed. W.A.N. Ji Shengren and Tai Hong both have divine souls, but those divine souls are already incomplete. They were stolen from the devil-suppressing divine palace. Soul. Gu Dongqin had obviously heard of this before, so he quickly thought of something. What do you mean? They captured so many youths just to extract their souls and train them in them so that their damaged souls can become complete? Gu Dongqin said with an angry face, I must catch this guy. Chun Xiang nodded his head. That's right, when they were transferring down, Tai Hong sneaked in and used some of the resources that he had to buy off the elders of the devil-subduing college. He hid inside the devil-subduing college, controlled Man Futian, and did not let Man Futian contact the devil-suppressing divine palace. The person controlling the devil-subduing college right now was actually someone who had become enemies with the devil-suppressing divine palace. This kind of person was definitely not some good stuff, which made Gu Dongqin feel that it was very troublesome to deal with. The person controlling the devil-subduing college right now was actually someone who had become enemies with the devil-suppressing divine palace. This kind of person was definitely not some good stuff, which made Gu Dongqin feel that it was very troublesome to deal with. Then why is Tai Hong colluding with the demon realm? Gu Dongqin asked. This was also what he was most worried about. Did they grasp a method to bring the people from the demon realm over? They colluded with the demon world because they wanted to use the demon tunnel to head to the demon world when Great War between 3 realms first started. That's because there's something they want there. Chun Xiang thought back to those memories. The devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had traveled through many worlds and had actually visited both the demon and demon realms. Furthermore, he had ignored the laws of any world and used his immortal strength to travel to some ordinary worlds. And Tai Hong knew that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had left some things behind in the demon world, which was why he had planned to head towards that demon realm. Tai Hong stole a lot of powerful things from the devil-suppressing divine palace, such as the forbidden transmission array of the past, which is a type of transmission array that can be used to enter the demon and devil realms, but needs a lot of energy to open it. In order to make it easier for Tai Hong to open a Paes sage, he used the forbidden technique of teleportation to contact the people of the demon world. He had the demon world set up a transmission array there, and then teleported some people here, which required a very large amount of energy to open the transmission array, so they could only teleport 2 to 3 people every time. What shocked Qin Xiang the most was the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's divine soul. It was because both W.A. and Ji Shengren and Tai Hong both had a remnant soul. According to W.A. and Ji Shengren's memories, the incomplete divine soul in the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was always placed inside the devil-suppressing divine palace. And when W.A. and Ji Shengren was born, the remnant soul had already broken through the layers of obstructions and merged with W.A.N. Ji Shengren. Thus W.A. and Ji Shengren was treated as a divine child by some people in the devil-suppressing divine palace. Then, when Tai Hong took him in as his disciple, Tai Hong told W. and Ji Xingren that his soul was only a remnant, and only after obtaining the complete soul could he be considered to be cultivating the divine way. He then used W. and Ji Xingren himself to successfully swindle the incomplete soul left behind by the elders of the devil-suppressing divine palace. Tai Hong did not give up. He used his position as the master of the G.O.D. Sun to steal many things in the devil-suppressing divine palace. In the end, he was caught, clashed, and escaped with heavy injuries. W. and Ji Xingren and Tai Hong did not know why the broken soul of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable was in the devil-suppressing divine palace, but they knew where the devil-suppressing blood and some other things that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable left behind were. However, to travel across a world was extremely difficult. Although they knew it, they could not obtain it. That forbidden transmission array has succeeded twice, and they will be teleporting for the third time very soon. At that time, they will teleport a batch of powerful devil cultivator over, and their strength will increase even more. Qin Xiang had not only absorbed W. and Ji Xingren's memories, he had also mastered the devil-suppressing Kung Fu S that W. and Ji Xingren was training in. However, W. and Ji Xingren had only learned a little of those devil-suppressing Kung Fu S. This was the power of the soul-absorbing devil spell. Gu Dongqin slammed the table. This be ASTARD. He actually wants to sell the entire mortal martial realm to the demon realm. Don't even think about it. We must definitely eliminate this Tai Hong. Even if it means killing off the entire devil-subduing college, we must stop them. Qin Xiang said, "Hurry up and gather the experts of the Alliance and discuss this matter properly. Tai Hong should already know about this matter, and I think that he will soon activate the transmission array and teleport a batch of devil cultivator over to stabilize his strength to prevent himself from being destroyed by you." Gu Dongqin nodded his head, then left hurriedly. He did not expect that when the great war between three realms was about to begin, the biggest problem was not the lack of unity, but the fact that someone was leading the way for the wolf, for which he had to be ruthless. Qin Xiang returned to the Super Dan Imperial College and hid in the secret room to try to learn the devil-suppressing Kung Fu. Right now, he no longer had to work hard to learn the first part of the devil-suppressing Qi array and the devil-suppressing Qi array. It was also the hardest part. What did the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable leave behind in that demon realm? Su Meiyao was extremely curious. All the things that the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable left behind were definitely not bad. I don't know, W. and Ji Xingren just knew that there was an underground palace there. Long ago, in order to create some martial arts against demons, devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable conducted experiments there. And he stayed there for a long time, so there should be a lot of good stuff left behind. Qin Xiang said as he activated the devil-suppressing Qi, and then used his mind to control a few devil-suppressing Qi-s, condensing them into energy threads, which then formed into a small array. It appeared in front of his fist and slowly rotated around it. That W. and Ji Xingren had only learned the second level of devil-suppressing fist, but it was already very rare. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to learn the first level. Qin Xiang reckoned that if he did not fuse with W. and Ji Xingren's knowledge and experience on the divine arts, he would need more than half a year to be able to master the first two parts of the demonic arts well. The great formation of the devil-subduing college came from the heaven realm, and was made using a large-scale array inside the devil-suppressing Qi array, and the devil-subduing college also used a large number of spar as the energy source of the array. It seems like even if a lot of experts gather their power, it will still be difficult to break through, so it's no wonder that Tai Hong is so confident. Qin Xiang left the secret room and went into the courtyard, walking back and forth, thinking of ways to give Tai Hong a fatal blow. But Tai Hong had a very strong power now. The majority of the elders in the devil-subduing college were all from the heaven realm. You should first integrate with the incomplete soul of the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable. Once your soul becomes a little stronger, you can enter the devil-subduing college. Long Shui yawned. Although the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable soul is incomplete, after you fuse with it, you will definitely improve by a lot. Inside Chen Xiang's mind, the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's incomplete D soul was slowly fusing with his own D soul, but to completely fuse it would take a very long time. If he were to focus on training the 9-turn dragon D mantra, it would be much faster. Chen Xiang immediately ran into the secret room to start his cultivation. A few days later, another method to learn devil-subduing method was Pa-S, said down in mortal martial realm. It was a very simple and easy version, but it only had the first 3 levels. Although it was only the 3rd floor, it was still able to increase one's strength by a lot. This caused the entire mortal martial realm to boil, especially those warriors who could not enter the devil-subduing college to cultivate. All of these decisions were made after, and the others discussed and discussed. The devil-subduing method was released by them because they wanted to make sure that the people who were running towards the devil-subduing college with their lives on the line would turn back and be able to suppress the growth of the devil-subduing college. If not, they would be expelled. This was a decision made by the Alliance. If they did not do this, then when they start fighting in the future, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed and attacked by their own people. If not, they would be expelled. This was a decision made by the Alliance. If they did not do this, then when they start fighting in the future, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed and attacked by their own people. Many people were attracted by the devil-subduing college's demonic techniques. In order to let these people know how to resist such enticement, Gu Dongqin sent more people to spread the news, saying that he would be able to learn the devil-suppressing fist, the devil-suppressing qi, and a simple version of the devil-suppressing qi array soon. Because of the example of the devil-subduing method, many people believed that the number of students in the devil-subduing college was decreasing. Every day, there would be people leaving, and only those who came from other worlds had no intention of leaving. As long as the number of students in devil-subduing college greatly decreased, devil-subduing college would lose the resources that these students provided to them every so often. 10 days had Pa-S said, and under Chen Xiang's concentrated cultivation of the 9-turn dragon D mantra, he had completely merged with the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's incomplete divine soul, allowing his divine soul to reach the 8th level of transformation. Chen Xiang immediately used Heaven Tour method. Currently, he was already able to distance his special consciousness from his body, and was currently wandering far away as if he was in a close proximity. He could clearly see, smell, and hear what was at that place, but it was very difficult for others to discover him. Little scoundrel, don't use this to peek at others bathing. If you want to do this, I will definitely stop you. Long Shui warned seriously. Little bad dragon, I've never thought of doing that. Instead, you remind me every single day. Do you always use to peek at me bathing? Chen Xiang laughed and said, Aren't you afraid of losing your eyes? Uffed, if I had seen wrong, I would have been blind long ago. Chen Xiang never thought that the female dragon would actually admit it so boldly. He suddenly felt that the losses were huge. Long Shui had seen him many times, but he had never seen Long Shui before. That's not fair. You've looked at me so many times, but I've never once looked at you. Chen Xiang immediately shouted, Of course, we women can grow 2 beautiful rabbits. Long Shui laughed. Those 2 eggs of yours are not good at all. Furthermore, that bird-like thing has become bigger, and it's a little scary. Chen Xiang snorted. As long as you women are comfortable, I can promise you that you will like it a lot in the future. Go, go, go. Don't talk about these things anymore. Be careful that your Miss Yi will beat you up. Su Meiao's face was flushed red. She did not think that these 2 little fellows would actually talk about these things with so much vigor. Chen Xiang curled his lips, showered, walked out of the secret room, and heard someone knocking on the door. Brother, quickly open the door, quickly open the door. The sound of him knocking on the door was louder than her. It was obvious how much she wanted to quickly see Qinxiang. Super Dan Imperial College was tightly wrapped up by the array formation. Even if he wanted to jump in it, would not be easy. But Qinxiang was still worried that Leng Yulan would break the door. Qinxiang anxiously ran over. When she opened the door, she saw Leng Yulan dressed in a red dress. When she saw Qinxiang, she hugged him like a little girl. In front of Qinxiang, she was no different from a little girl, but her body, her appearance, all of them exuded a familiar aura. If she were to become serious, her entire body would exude a cold and elegant aura, and would also carry the aura of a female overlord. Where's Xianxian? Qinxiang looked outside, but he did not see Shui Xianxian. Leng Yulan still held onto Qinxiang tightly, not letting go, as she used her proud and straight soft front to rub against Qinxiang's chest, instantly making Qinxiang's blood boil. Big brother, I was trapped in the time formation for a very long time. If it wasn't for me being able to travel with you in the future, I wouldn't have gone to do this kind of bulls. H-I+T to force people out of their confinement. When Leng Yulan mentioned this, her face was gloomy, her pink lips pouted, attracting love. Qinxiang laughed and caressed her snow-white hair. My good sister, it's rare for you to come here. Let's talk inside. Oh, right, where's Xianxian? You haven't told her why you haven't come yet. So how could she let you run around alone? Qinxiang held Leng Yulan's jade hand and walked into a simple, yet elegant, quiet bamboo building. This was Elder Dan's usual residence. Why can't I run around alone? Master and Senior Sister sent me here, so I went back to the divine weapon's heavenly country. Master wanted to teach Senior Sister some things that would give you a headache. They seem to be some kind of formation or formation. I can't learn these things. Leng Yulan stuck out his tongue. Long Shui laughed softly. I also hate this stuff. If I didn't have the inheritance of knowledge, I would never have learned it, even if I were beaten to death. Even if Leng Yulan didn't come, Qinxiang planned to ask Lu Menger for it, because he had just gotten the white dragon blood Dan, a thing that could help Leng Yulan awaken his white dragon vein. Little sister, what did you learn in the time formation? Qinxiang asked. Master said that big brother gave it to us for us to learn, so I had to bite the bullet and go learn these complicated things. But these martial arts are really powerful. After I learned them, my strength has increased by a lot. Suyun said. As Leng Yulan said this, he suddenly started to burn. Brother, let's fight! Looking at Leng Yulan's body that was covered with a golden, devil-suppressing qi, with his jade, fists flash, H-I+ing with gold light, Qinxiang's mouth started to twitch. You're getting more and more beautiful, Yulan. I can't even beat you up right now. I think we should skip it. Qinxiang laughed. Leng Yulan scoffed. Did you think I wasn't beautiful enough when you fought me in the past? After saying that, she giggled. Brother, your excuse is really bad. D-A-M. And girl, you've become smarter. Qinxiang pinched her face. I'm not stupid. Senior Sister and I both take advantage of our weaknesses. Senior Sister has taught me many things. After Leng Yulan said this, he suddenly slammed the table and laughed. Yulan, what are you laughing at? Qinxiang asked curiously. Leng Yulan stopped laughing. I don't understand why when Senior Sister and Master heard about your 2 eggs, their faces all turned red. Wasn't it just 2 meat eggs? What's there to be shy about? Qinxiang suddenly realized all the women with white dragon vein were all virtuous men. Long Shui was just like that. You went to ask Elder Sister Menger. The corner of Qinxiang's eyes twitched. He had once told Leng Yulan to ask Elder Sister Menger about matters concerning men and women, but he never expected that Leng Yulan would actually ask about it. I did, but Master didn't say anything. He just kept scolding you with a bless. H-I+ing face, saying that you had taught me badly. Leng Yulan pouted. When Leng Yulan mentioned these things, even Qinxiang couldn't help but blush, but she didn't feel anything. This made Qin Xiang unable to help but marvel at the power of white dragon vein. When Leng Yulan mentioned these things, even Qin Xiang couldn't help but blush, but she didn't feel anything. This made Qin Xiang unable to help but marvel at the power of white dragon vein. Brother, senior sister Xianxian is not here right now. Let's take a bath together. Senior sister said that you like doing these kind of things the most. Leng Yulan giggled with a face full of innocence. This caused Qin Xiang to uncontrollably suck in a breath of air, her eyes sweeping over her curvaceous and curvy body. Qin Xiang took a few deep breaths, resisting the deadly temptation, and said, "Your senior sister doesn't say anything. I only like to bathe with my wife. You are my sister." Leng Yulan stuck out her red tongue and said tenderly, "Fake. Senior sister Xianxian has taught me many things. I can tell that brother is lying." What surprised Qin Xiang was that the white-haired beauty actually smiled charmingly. Her flirtatious look made Qin Xiang speak out. Leng Yulan smiled charmingly. "Big brother, you aren't afraid that I will damage your too precious eggie, right? This girl is trying to tempt me." Qin Xiang exclaimed in his heart. "Hee, it's like what senior sister Xianxian said. Brother, you can't stand my current appearance." Leng Yulan laughed. "D-A-M-N girl, you actually dared to tease me." Qin Xiang laughed and pinched her beautiful face. Qin Xiang took out the white dragon blood dan, and Long Shui suddenly said, "After she eats it, it will take her a long time to completely digest the white dragon blood dan's energy. She will need at least a year, so you should just let her eat inside the time formation. Yulan, this is a white dragon blood dan. After eating it, you will have a very strong power, but you will need a very long time to refine the power. It will probably take a year." Qin Xiang's face was solemn, allowing him to listen seriously. "Remember, this can only be eaten by you. Don't give it to Xianxian. She's not suitable for eating. Only you are suitable. Yulan, you must know that this world is currently filled with danger. The reason I'm doing this is to let you have a stronger strength so that you can guarantee your own safety." Leng Yulan nodded heavily. "Big brother, I understand. I won't let you down." After Leng Yulan received the white dragon blood dan, he immediately put it away properly. "I will refine the energy inside as soon as possible, then come back to meet with Big Brother afterwards." Seeing Leng Yulan being so obedient, Qin Xiang laughed in relief and caressed her snow-white beautiful hair. "Wait, you'll find out that you are extraordinary in the future. Yulan, you must become stronger. The heaven and earth are vast. We need to have sufficient strength to be able to go out and adventure." Long Shui said, "After her white dragon vein has awakened, there will also be memories left behind by her. All of us dragons will carry these memories with us, and at that time she will know how to walk her own path." Leng Yulan stood up, stared at Qin Xiang, and said softly, "Big bro, I'll be back to that Ned time formation very soon. Can you kiss me, like I did with senior sister Xianxian?" Qin Xiang's heart suddenly jumped. Leng Yulan's face suddenly had an intoxicating blush. It had a unique charm, causing Qin Xiang to be infatuated. Leng Yulan raised his head, his blurry eyes looking even more enchanting. Qin Xiang did not expect this recognized sister, who could be rough and playful at times, to also have such a seductive side. Qin Xiang suddenly hugged Leng Yulan and kissed the white-haired beauty's lips. Ugh! At that time, she was very suspicious of why they would do it so often, but now she knew. It was because that strange and wonderful feeling spread to her entire body, making her feel extremely comfortable and intoxicated. The two of them suddenly tumbled to the ground and tightly embraced each other. They madly sucked, their tongues wildly entwined together, and the two of them wished that they could merge with each other. Inside the simple and elegant little bamboo house, there was a vague and ambiguous atmosphere, as well as the faint sounds of men and women sucking each other when kissing. After a while of being coquettish, Lang Yolan's beautiful eyes became infatuated and intoxicated. She now completely understood why when Xue Xianxian and Qin Xiang met each other, they would always kiss like glue. Thinking about it, Lang Yolan's entire body suddenly softened. She had a kind of yearning that she had never had before. Before, she was just curious, but now, she wanted to be one with the person she loved the most, becoming one with the G. Oh, DS, reaching the pinnacle of happiness. This feeling is so beautiful. Lang Yolan's jade face was flushed red, full of an intoxicated and happy expression. Leaning on Qin Xiang's chest, she carefully savored that feeling. Yulan, I'll send you to the divine weapon's heavenly country. Qin Xiang laughed and said, No, I'll go myself. You have to believe me. You can't look at me like a little girl anymore. Her first kiss is already gone. You can't be treated like a little girl anymore. Lang Yulan pouted his lips with a face full of stubbornness. Qin Xiang laughed helplessly. All right then, you have to be careful. I was just worried that you would attract too much attention with your white hair. Lang Yulan laughed and took out a conical bamboo hat. She put it on. This way I won't be afraid. I used to go out often myself to play. It's always like this. Qin Xiang sent Lang Yulan out of the city, then watched him leave before returning back to Super Dan Imperial College. After her white dragon vein has awakened, you might not be able to beat her. Our white dragon vein is very strong. Lang Shui said with complete confidence. Qin Xiang laughed. Not necessarily. It's time to go to the devil-subduing college and scout around. Maybe I can find something that other people wouldn't be able to get into. But you are actually very simple. Lang Shui said. With the change technique in the 72 changes, your mana now should be usable. Qin Xiang laughed. I've been trying it out for a long time. Hee, turn into a little girl and let this dragon see. Lang Shui laughed. The transformation technique could change the appearance of others and could even change the size of a sound. However, it required a certain amount of FALE to reach a certain level. This was a little more difficult than becoming an animal because it required a very lifelike appearance. Even the aura on one's body could be created on the condition that one could feel that aura. If one's mana was strong enough, they could model out some extremely terrifying pressure. Qin Xiang's body flashed with white light. He had turned into an old, bald man dressed simply, and this just so happened to be Wu Keiming's appearance. If it wasn't for the 72 changes technique, he would have definitely gone back to meet Wu Keiming and see what kind of expression he would have. In order to sneak into the devil-subduing college, Qin Xiang had to become a student of the devil-subduing college. Furthermore, he had the soul-absorbing devil spell, so he could know the memories of others and make him better. Inside the devil-subduing college, Qin Xiang was swaggering around with his hands behind his back. At this time, he had already become a student of the devil-subduing college. This student was originally a disciple of a middle-level sect. Normally, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. His apartment, I.Tude, was considered not bad, but his luck was bad and he was targeted by Qin Xiang. After that, he was stripped naked by Qin Xiang and hung on a tree. Inside the devil-subduing college, Qin Xiang was swaggering around with his hands behind his back. At this time, he had already become a student of the devil-subduing college. This student was originally a disciple of a middle-level sect. Normally, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. His apartment, I.Tude, was considered not bad, but his luck was bad and he was targeted by Qin Xiang. After that, he was stripped naked by Qin Xiang and hung on a tree. This guy is really annoying. Although he has a good face, all women hide far away when they see him. As Qin Xiang walked along the road of devil-subduing college, many people revealed extremely disgusted expressions when they saw him. Qin Xiang's transformation technique was flawless, and now that he knew the students' memories, he pretended to be very similar. Now that he had already entered the devil-subduing college very easily, it would be very difficult for him to pass S through the formation and enter, even with the dimension door open. After entering the devil-subduing college, Chen Xiang quickly returned to the He-S residence and hid inside. Using the Heaven Tour method, he found Tai Hong according to her memories. Little naughty dragon, did you find that Mo Jian fellow? Chen Xiang had already found Tai Hong at the top of a tall tower. However, the top of the tower was protected by a powerful formation, making it impossible for him to enter, but he could hear the sounds coming from within. I found it. That guy is heading towards the tower. He should be going to get Tai Hong. Long Xue's Heaven Tour method was much stronger than Chen Xiang's. It could simultaneously release many divine intents and wander around in all directions, allowing them to quickly find their target. On the other hand, Chen Xiang could only release one soul tool, which had a limited distance. Chen Xiang patiently waited. He released that unique divine sense, and when he looked down from the sky, he could see that Mo Jian was quickly walking towards the tower, and under the tower, the guards did not stop him. This made Chen Xiang very suspicious, because according to W.A.N. Jixingren's memories, this Mo Jian and Mo Huan had very little contact with him. But after just 10 days, Mo Jian and Tai Hong seemed to be very familiar with each other. After entering the tower, the light carriage arrived at the top with extreme familiarity. This Tai Hong must have been hiding many things from W.A.N. Jixingren. W.A.N. Jixingren is his disciple. To be tricked by him since he was young, it is normal for him to be concealed. Bai Yu said, Mo Jian is surnamed Mo, as long as he is a devil martial cultivators with that surname is Aiden. 1. Tai will not be low. How could he be using it as a test subject to teleport? Eavesdrop carefully and see what they are talking about. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang also felt that something was amiss. He focused on listening to the voice coming from the top level of the tower. How are your preparations? Seeing Mo Jian coming over, Tai Hong asked immediately. Those fellows have formed an alliance, and W.A.N. Jixingren is now crippled by Chen Xiang. You do not have enough strength, so I'm afraid that you will be defeated by that alliance. Mo Jian said. His tone was extremely cold. Tai Hong laughed coldly. The alliance is not that big of a deal. The most important things are the sects in Chen martial continent, the martial families, the blue blood race, and the martial families. I already have a way to deal with that alliance. Then hurry up and set off. Also, don't forget what you promised us. Mo Jian said coldly. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. After Tai Hong finished speaking, he jumped out of the window and flew in one direction. His speed was so fast that even Long Xue's spiritual sense could not catch a trace of him, causing him to leave. Chen Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. From the conversation between Mo Jian and himself, he had already heard some important things, but they were not clear enough. Mo Jian had been preparing some very important things for Tai Hong this entire time. Now, it sounded as if it would allow Tai Hong to get away with a lot of things, and Tai Hong had also promised to help Mo Jian and the others with some conditions, which would obviously be beneficial to them. Chen Xiang had only obtained this much from their conversation. Previously, he did not know about this from Mo Huan's memories, so Mo Huan had also been hiding some things. Mo Jian has gone down the tower. He wants to know more clearly. There is nothing difficult about this. Long Xue giggled. As long as we capture Mo Jian and use the soul-absorbing devil spell to search his memories, we will know everything clearly. After Mo Jian walked down the tower, he actually did not return to his residence, but walked out of devil-subduing college. This made Chen Xiang secretly happy and made it convenient for him to take action. Who was Chen Xiang supposed to follow with the Heaven Tour method? Afterwards, he set off and followed behind Mo Jian. After exiting the devil-subduing college, Mo Jian headed towards those cities. He might be heading for the transmission array. Let's do it now. Long Xue said. She was also extremely curious. Just what kind of relations? H.I. plus P did Mo Jian have with Tai Hong? Chun Xiang quickly ran up and arrived at the dirt road that led him through the forest. At this moment, Mo Jian was slowly walking on it. Chun Xiang ran so quickly, how could he not notice it? But he sensed that he was not very strong, so he was not as alert as before. "Why are you following me?" Mo Jian bellowed. He was clearly very angry, and his eyes had already released traces of black energy. Of course, Mo Jian couldn't see that Chun Xiang had changed into this. He knew that the person in front of him was a very annoying guy. Chun Xiang secretly laughed in his heart, and then intentionally asked back in an angry tone, "Who followed you? Who do you think you are? Aren't you W.A. and Ji Xingren's follower? Now that he's dead." Mo Jian was immediately enraged and threw a punch at Chun Xiang. He came from the demon realm and was a man who loved to kill, but was now looked down upon by this trash. Chun Xiang was already prepared to fight back. Seeing Mo Dian's fist that was releasing a dense and ruthless chi, he threw a punch back. The speed of the punch was even faster than Mo Dian's. When Mo Jian saw it, he turned pale from fright. Other than the speed of the incoming fists, they did not carry any power, but he could tell what they were, but it was too late. "You!" Mo Dian's arm instantly drooped down, and he looked soft like a mudfish. His face was filled with shock. How could this kind of strange devil realm technique spread to here? Mo Jian was extremely shocked and horrified. Before this, W.A. and Ji Xingren did not tell him that his arm bones had been melted by Chun Xiang. Otherwise, he would have been on his guard a long time ago. Knew that those who could learn this devil art would not be a simple person. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that Chun Xiang's eyes suddenly flashed with red light, and countless red rays of light suddenly shot over. Uff! The demon eye of permeability. Mo Jian had given up all hope. He could feel all the meridians and bones in his body. All his internal organs were pierced by the light, and he fell to the ground. Mo Jian struggled on the ground, his face full of fear and despair. He never thought that the SCU Dumbag in the Devil-Subduing College would actually have two miraculous skills that would allow the major powers of the demon world to SNATCH them for themselves. Mo Jian struggled on the ground, his face full of fear and despair. He never thought that the SCU Bag in the Devil-Subduing College would actually have two miraculous skills that would allow the major powers of the demon world to SNATCH them for themselves. Who the HELL are you? Mo Jian roared with all his might. Anyone who had these two demon arts would be treated as a demon G. Oh, D in the demon realm, but now they were in the human world. Chun Xiang laughed out loud and changed into his original appearance, which made Mo Jian completely dumbstruck. Not only had he never seen or even heard of this ability to change one's appearance, it had actually happened right in front of his eyes. "Chun Xiang!" Mo Jian shouted loudly. "Ha!" Chun Xiang laughed, bent down and patted Mo Dian's head with a palm, and started to search through his memories. "Soul-absorbing devil spell." Mo Jian shouted out these 4 words with a splitting headache, then shouted with great difficulty, "You used the soul-absorbing devil spell for both W.A. and Ji Xingren and him. Just who are you? How can you possibly understand so many devil realm techniques? This is my secret, you already know it, so I can only kill you." Chun Xiang retracted his hand. Although his face was currently filled with smiles, he was extremely terrified in his heart. This was because the secret alliance between Mo Dian and Mo Jian could put the entire mortal martial realm in danger. In order to prevent others from finding Mo Dian's soul using talismans like summoning spirits, Chun Xiang used devouring magic kung fu and directly devoured Mo Dian's soul, then incinerated his flesh. At the moment of Mo Dian's death, he even knew that Chun Xiang possessed a forbidden devil attack from one of the 3 great heaven realm S, the devouring magic kung fu. What are they working together for? Bai Yu asked while Chun Xiang took out the Luotian gate and opened a spatial door. Little naughty dragon, model my voice. Send a message to Gu Dongqin. Let him gather all the experts he can, using the fastest speed possible, and send them to the demonic sky sect in Great Devil Mountains. The big thing is about to happen. It's about Tai Hong. Let him pass as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he stepped through the spatial door and arrived at the Great Devil Mountains. The last time he left here, he didn't want to come back, but this was already his third time here, and this was also the battlefield when the Great War between three realms erupted in the future. Mo Dian secretly helped Tai Hong build a Devil G. The altar here. As long as it is completed, and if there is enough top-grade magic seeds, Tai Hong will be able to obtain one. Chen Xiang's handsome face revealed a grave expression, and those offerings are the sacrifices that Tai Hong and Wan Ji Xingren made for the young man who was going to capture him everywhere. However, they only require the heart, the head, and the soul. Devil child sacrifice. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu said at the same time, their voices extremely solemn. Bai Yu said coldly, these fellows, even in the demon realm, the devil child sacrifice is forbidden. At the same time Tai Hong nurtured a demon seed, he could obtain the inheritance of the demon G, OD. If is unable to get rid of the demon G, OD that grew up within his body in the future, when the demon G, OD becomes mature, he will be able to devour his body. Who the L is the demon G, OD? Chun Xiang asked. He was once wanted by the demon G, OD order. There are 10 famous demon G, DS, which are the 10 great demon G, DS, and some who are not famous but are strong enough can be considered demon G, DS. The altar is built inside, which is intended for the demon G, DS who died here. Bai Yu said, I never thought that a devil G, OD would die here. Looks like the great war between three realms that erupted in this place back then must be very complicated. When the altar is built and the offerings are enough, the altar will open up. It will crazily devour the demon energy here, nurture the demon seed, and also awaken the soul of the demon Geog. This was what Chen Xiang had learned from Mo Dian's memories. Long Shui had already used Heaven Tour method to contact Gu Dongqin, and Chen Xiang was Russ. Plussing towards the altar at the fastest speed possible. Then, what conditions did Tai Hong agree to on the side of the demon realm? It's not easy to build a demon G, D altar, and requires a lot of precious materials from the demon realm. Su Meiyao asked. After Tai Hong obtained the demon G, D's inheritance, he had to give the demon G, D's art to them. Furthermore, after the Great War between three realms begins, he had to destroy the mortal martial realm's defense, so that the demon realm could smoothly break through the demon channel and come over. Chen Xiang said angrily, mortal martial realm was not Tai Hong's. Of course Tai Hong did not care. In this kind of person, life was equivalent to dog fart. Only his own benefits were important. I must stop this guy. Chen Xiang knew from Mo Dian's memories where the demon G, D altar was located. He had to stop Tai Hong from fusing with the demon seed as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late. The demon G, D altar was built right beside the demon and devil sinkhole. It was said that it was a huge trap, and when the demonic sageway opened, many demons rushed in and fell inside, leaving behind countless corpses. Legend has it that because of the heavy death aura of the demons, it formed a power that allowed the demon and devil sinkhole to go deeper into a strange world. It's good enough to be able to beat Tai Hong into the demon and devil sinkhole. Even if he fell into that place, he would probably be corroded by the intense demonic death chi. We found that guy. Let's use the Luotian gate. I saw a black ball floating on the altar. Long Shui suddenly said, That's a magic core, hurry up. Bai Yu shouted in shock. Chun Xiang took out the Luotian gate and quickly turned the circle on it. He opened a spatial door and appeared on the demon D altar that was like a small mountain. On the altar stood an old man with a face full of sinister wrinkles. He placed his hand on the black ball floating in the air, and the old man was Tai Hong. Your black ball is only as big as a head. Its smooth surface was bare, while the surrounding demon chi crazily rushed into the demon seed. On top of the great devil mountains, the black chi was enveloping, surging, and churning. Waves after waves of intense death chi was active, permeating the entire 100,000 mountain range, making it seem even more terrifying and sinister. Chen Xiang! Tai Hong shouted in shock. What are you doing? Stop you! Chen Xiang also extended his hand out and pressed onto the magic seed. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D. You're delusional enough to ruin my plans. Tai Hong started to curse in anger and struck his palm towards Chen Xiang's chest, feeling that incomparably terrifying force charging towards him. Chen Xiang thought that he was done for, but who would have thought that after that withered palm smashed onto his body, he was actually completely fine at all. He could even clearly feel that incomparably berserk palm power flowing out of his palm and into the demon seed after entering his body. At this moment, Chen Xiang and Chen Xiang's palms were pressed against the death chi absorbing demon seed, both of them being firmly sucked in. Chen Xiang did not know what would happen next, but he knew that this would definitely affect Tai Hong's absorption of the demon seed. Tai Hong was shocked. He could also feel his own palm energy flowing into the demon seed, and at the moment his heart was raging, but he could not do anything about it. Tai Hong was shocked. He could also feel his own palm energy flowing into the demon seed, and at the moment his heart was raging, but he could not do anything about it. You are courting death for doing this. I have a way to get rid of the demon G. Oh, D's influence in the future, but you can't. Once the demon G. Oh, D chooses you, you are dead. Tai Hong bellowed. Not necessarily. With the devil-suppressing golden body, he believed that he would definitely be able to restrain the demon G. Oh, D souls. Right now, he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the demon seed. If he let Tai Hong obtain it, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the mortal martial realm. He had to stop it. He could now delay time and wait for Gu Dongqin and the others to come. Don't even think about fighting with me. Go die. Tai Hong's old face became even more sinister and terrifying. His withered hand crazily smashed against Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang also didn't know what kind of power Tai Hong used, but it actually hurt him and made him feel threatened. He also retaliated, blocking that skinny veteran's attack. Humph, you're still young. You're just a mortal. Tai Hong's palm speed was incredibly fast, and he could even avoid Chen Xiang's block, accurately hitting him where his life depended on it. At this time, Chen Xiang was also not able to use the innate qi. His strength had been greatly reduced, but the power Tai Hong was using was actually very, very strong and was still increasing bit by bit. At this moment, he was already vomiting blood due to the attack, but fortunately he had fused with his white dragon vein, so although his body suffered heavy injuries time and time again, he was able to recover quickly, and at the same time, it was equivalent to tempering his body. Difficult B, A-S-T-A-R-D, yet you're still not dead. Tai Hong was furious. He scolded him angrily, and his punches became even more vicious. But Chen Xiang was still able to stand there with her eyes wide open, looking at him with a gaze full of ridicule. Both of their palms were sucked into the magic seed. Their powerful energies could not be used, so they could only wait, waiting for the magic seed to make its choice. Chen Xiang, quickly try to see if you can sense Tai Hong's mind consciousness through the magic core. Bai Yu asked anxiously. If possible, use the devouring magic kung fu to swallow that incomplete earth demon G. Oh, D soul. Chen Xiang, who was being brutally ravaged by Tai Hong, immediately released his strongest divine sense. What made him surprised was that he really felt it and could even feel the power from Tai Hong's body. Old man, thank you so much, haha. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed out loud and activated the devouring magic kung fu. This confused Tai Hong, but he quickly understood what was going on. Little B, What are you doing to me? Tai Hong said in shock. His current expression was the same as everyone else's, filled with the same unending fear. What do you think? Laughed crazily. He had tasted the sweetness of the incomplete demon G. Oh, Diesel! And now that he was able to absorb another drop, it made him extremely excited. He knew that the strength of his soul could bring him a lot of benefits, but the soul was very difficult to cultivate. So after devouring the incomplete demon G, Soul, it was able to cause his soul to advance by leaps and bounds. Are you devouring my soul? Is this the soul-absorbing devil spell, or the devouring magic kung fu? Tai Hong's face was filled with shock. He suddenly understood why Chun Xiang destroyed Ji Xingren's soul and Sea of Consciousness. It was to prevent him from finding out that the incomplete demon G, D's soul, had been devoured. Old fart, you really know a lot. You really know a lot about the demon realm. Chun Xiang smiled. He was smiling very happily at the moment, but Tai Hong was so angry that he wanted to cry. I didn't expect you to use this method to find out about my plan. No wonder it was destroyed again and again. How do you know all these devil arts? Even those with the surnames of the top 5 devils in the devil realm are bitterly searching for this lost, mysterious skill. At the same time, he was also extremely curious. As long as it was someone who had grown up in the demon world, they would be curious even if they had a slight understanding of the magical techniques of the demon realm. I won't tell you, huh? Chun Xiang laughed and attacked Tai Hong mercilessly. Don't get KY too early. Tai Hong suddenly roared out. That strand of the demon suppressing D-Soul was already swallowed by Chun Xiang, who was currently furious, and wished that he could die together with Chun Xiang, but he was also unwilling because the demon seed was right in front of him. So even if he did not have the demon suppressing D-Soul, as long as he could obtain the demon seed, he would be able to rise up once again. But Chun Xiang was in the way. If the demon seed chose Chun Xiang, then all his previous work would have been for naught. If he wanted to obtain a demon seed, he had to kill Chun Xiang. With the situation, Tai Hong could not care so much. A sharp blade suddenly appeared on his other hand. He quickly slashed at his arm and cut off the arm that was being sucked into the demon seed. After he chopped off his arm, he could immediately control his own powerful strength. You little bee, ASTARD, you're dead for sure. Tai Hong laughed sinisterly and struck him with his palm. In shock, Chun Xiang reacted quickly and used the magic core to block it. Although Tai Hong's palm strike could do great damage, but after hitting the magic core, it disappeared without a trace. Tai Hong was shocked because he knew that if he did not kill Chun Xiang quickly, the demon seed would be taken away by Chun Xiang. Quickly kill this little bee. ASTARD. Tai Hong suddenly roared out, only to see that in the distance there were 10 elders Russ. Plussing over. Chun Xiang turned to look. It was actually the elders of Devil Subduing College, being surrounded and attacked by these 10 rankers who had said through the 8th tribulation of Nirvana stage, the consequences could be imagined. Old turtle, even if I die, I won't let you obtain the magic seed. Chun Xiang laughed out loud, and the magic seed started to shrink bit by bit. This made Tai Hong furious, because the magic seed was being absorbed by Chun Xiang. I can't let you get the magic core. This is my hard work. Tai Hong struck out with his palm, but Chun Xiang dodged in a hurry and jumped to a certain spot. Die. Tai Hong's palm, as if growing eyes, followed along with Chun Xiang's incomparably terrifying palm strike. After Chun Xiang's body was struck by the strong palm force, he flew out and landed on top of the demon and devil sinkhole. CRAP. Tai Hong thought and quickly flew over. Chun Xiang. Suddenly, a few loud hissing sounds came from the distance. Some were from Lu Menger, Gu Dongqin, and some other big shots from other forces. They had rushed over, But Chen Xiang had fallen into the demon and devil sinkhole, and was even beaten down by Tai Hong. Her jade-like face was filled with anger and grief as she struck out with her palm from afar. Gu Dongchen, Wu Keiming, Lianing Xiao, and the other experts also attacked at the same time. An earth-shattering force instantly destroyed the altar of the demon Ji, Odi. It struck Tai Hong and caused him to violently spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the remaining force was absorbed by the demon and devil sinkhole. Standing at the side, they could feel the terrifying power of the demon and devil sinkhole. The devouring power below was like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to jump down. Standing at the side, they could feel the terrifying power of the demon and devil sinkhole. The devouring power below was like a monster with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to jump down. If it wasn't for Gu Dongchen stopping her, Lu Meng'er would have already jumped down as well. Right now, she only had incomparable rage and grief in her heart. Gu Dongchen had brought around 50 to 60 people. Most of them were the big shots of the small continents surrounding Chun Marshall Continent. They were all continents in the Eastern Ocean. Originally, they all joined the Sacred Light religious sect, but later the Sacred Light religious sect disintegrated. Although Chen Xiang had been defeated, Tai Hong was still not satisfied. This was because the magic core was also taken down by Chen Xiang, so the terrifying power of the demon and devil sinkhole, as long as he stood at the side, could be clearly felt. The great power released by Gu Dongchen and the other experts had all been devoured by the demon and devil sinkhole. Gu Dongchen's face suddenly became gloomy because a few black-robed men suddenly came over. Their bodies released a very strong demonic aura. One could tell that they were strong experts in the demon world. The fact that Tai Hong had colluded with the demon world was proof of that. What Qin Xiang said is true. You really were annihilated by the demon world in a sorry state. Gu Dongchen said angrily. On the way here, Gu Dongchen had told everyone most of what had happened. They were very surprised to hear about it, but now they had received confirmation. Humph, Qin Xiang this be. ASTARD messed up my plans. You all still won't be able to escape today. Behind him were 10 elders from the devil-subduing college and 30-strong devil cultivator from the demon realm. From the looks of it, they were much stronger than Gu Dongchen and the others. What's the point of all this nonsense? At this time, Lu Meng'er only wanted to tear Tai Hong into pieces. Although her heart was full of anger, the aura she was releasing right now was incomparably cold, as if she was in an environment of ice and snow. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing Tai Hong and the others to feel a bone-piercing coldness. They shuddered at the sight. Tai Hong suddenly laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha! Can you win us? We have more people than you who have just crossed the Nirvana tribulation, and most of them are experts in the demon world. You should know that there is no shortage of experts of this level in the demon world. Other than the stronger Chun Marshall Continent, the rest of you are nothing more than small fries in our eyes. Are you really going to put your life on the line for a little brat who has already been shattered to pieces? These words were said by those who followed Gu Dongchen. But as for those who were weaker, they heard it and started to consider whether or not to attack. If they fought with Tai Hong and the others, they would definitely die. Lu Meng'er had calmed down. She had already seen the situation clearly. Tai Hong's overall strength was indeed stronger than them. It's too late for you to leave now. You can only rely on us, or else you'll all die. Ha! Tai Hong's sinister laughter reverberated within the frigid wind of the great Devil Mountains, causing one's hair to stand on end. I am sorry, Leader Gu, an old man behind Gu Dongchen suddenly said. Then, with a leap, he actually went over to Tai Hong's side, and at the same time, many of the big shots behind Gu Dongchen and the others also flew over to his side. This caused Gu Dongchen and the others to be so angry that they trembled. What made them gratified was that the strong warriors of the Chun Marshall Continent did not cower, as he should have thought of this long ago. On Gu Dongchen's side, there were only Wu Keiming, Lu Meng'er, Lianing Xiao, true martial school's Tang Yichao, proud sword sex Yu Jianglin, Dan Fragrance Pure Land's Elder Yunyan, and the new leader, Guo Huangxiong. Although true martial school, beast martial school, and the others had been enemies with the super martial school before, they still chose to reconcile with the super martial school. After going through the crisis in the Great War between three realms, they would talk about other things, but now that they were on the same side, their relations. I plus P would become even better. Haha, I knew that your alliance wouldn't become that big of a deal. Fighting with your fist is your true ability, so I'm not worried about this lousy alliance at all. Tai Hong laughed. Humph, you lowly BASTARDS actually went back on your words at such a crucial time. You have violated the alliance. Just you wait to be punished. Lian Yingxiao coldly snorted. If you die, who knows if they will break the agreement. Haha, I will let them continue to stay in the alliance. I will let them continue to go back on their word at critical moments and destroy your dogs. I plus T alliance. Tai Hong laughed out crazily. You don't have that chance. A clear and bright voice sounded, causing Gu Dongqin and the others to be overjoyed. The people who came were indeed Blue Mountain, strong-pract. One, Tioniers from the Huang Jintian era, and he had even rushed over with a few big shots. I never thought that the devil-subduing college would be led by such a fellow. Fortunately, we were on our guard long ago. A blue light shot over, and an old man wearing a blue robe stood beside Gu Dongqin. This old man was the patriarch of the blue blood race, Lan Kuan. This was closely followed by a tall and dy middle-aged baldy who radiated an imposing aura as he descended from the sky. When he landed, the earth abruptly shook. This was the martial house master of the Wu Manor, Wu Xiao. Tai Hong frowned, his expression extremely solemn. Although there were not many people here, he knew the strength of these people. If they were to fight, even if they won, it would be a miserable victory. Sure enough, you are colluding with the demon realm. Even if I have to risk my life, I can't let you go today. Wu Xiao's voice was like thunder as he roared. They were all the most powerful warriors in the mortal martial realm, and also the powerhouses of a great power. They had the responsibility to protect their own land and their own tribesmen, so they could not let the demon and devil realms rule this world. In that case, we have nothing else to say. My friends in the demon realm, these fellows will be the greatest hindrances to your future rule over this place. There is no need to show any mercy. Tai Hong said in a serious tone. Lu Meng'er shouted out, and a burst of cold wind blew over. Tai Hong and the rest suddenly felt their bodies becoming stiff, and at that moment, Gu Dongqin and the rest flew out too. A great battle between experts was about to erupt. The great devil mountains reverberated with rumbling sounds and waves of violent tremors. The black aura above great devil mountains became even more turbulent, and in the middle of the bottomless demon and devil sinkhole floated a man carrying a black ball. Although he was torn apart by a powerful force, in the end, the profound Wu diamond armor still protected him, causing him to fall into the quiet and pitch-black sky ditch, and he was still slowly falling. Qin Xiang didn't know why he was able to float in the air and slowly descend. Although his body was severely injured, the power of the Yulong blood in his body was quickly recovering under the strange energy that was being released. Qin Xiang didn't know why he was able to float in the air and slowly descend. Although his body was severely injured, the power of the Yulong blood in his body was quickly recovering under the strange energy that was being released. This DAM, Ned Magic Core, how exactly do I get rid of it? I don't want it to be possessed by a demon G. Oh, D. Qin Xiang's hand was still stuck onto the black, ball-like magic core. Originally, Tai Hong's arm was also on it, but it was sucked in by the magic core. Try using the devil-suppressing Qi. You have the devil-suppressing golden body. Even if you were to be possessed, you should be fine, right? Long Shui said, No way. Qin Xiang released the devil-suppressing Qi, but he was immediately engulfed. I do have a devil-suppressing golden body, but I feel that if I fuse with this demon seed, it will be extremely harmful to me. Although it can bring me a very powerful energy, in the near future, I will become a puppet of that dog S. H, I plus T demon G. Oh, D, and I still need to give birth to him. D, A, M, and I must get rid of this thing. It seems like I can only cut off my arm. Chun Xiang said as he took out a blade. Don't. The magic seed will create a powerful suction force. If you cut off your arm, it will continue to stick to your body until it blends with you. After the magic seed selects you, it will be very difficult to escape. Bai Yu said anxiously. Moreover, this place is very dangerous. Sister Yu, I don't want to be possessed by that stinking demon G. Oh, D. Qin Xiang said he waved his blade, regardless of whether it was possible or not. He still wanted to try. Wait. The reason why this magic seed has such a special power is because it contains a large amount of demonic death qi. Try to continuously release the devil-suppressing qi and use it to purify this magic seed. At this time, she was also extremely worried for Qin Xiang. She was the one who got the best understanding of magic seeds from the demon realm. Qin Xiang kept his blade and urged out a large amount of devil-suppressing qi S, allowing the demon seed to absorb. After attempting for a while, the pitch-black demon seed was suddenly covered with a layer of white light. This is too slow, but to be able to prevent the magic from invading my body, based on the speed of purification, it would take at least 100 years. This magic seed contains too much evil death energy. Qin Xiang said, now that the situation is better, we can slowly think of a solution. Bai Yu heaved a sigh of relief. She knew very clearly that if he was absorbed by the demon seed, then he would be in big trouble in the future. Sister Yu, where will I fall? This demon and devil sinkhole is terrifying indeed. If I did not have a profound wood diamond armor, I would have been torn to shreds long ago. Qin Xiang recalled how terrifying that strong power was when it fell. This place was as terrifying as the core of the earth. It could kill at any time. And right now he was also in an environment that could tear people apart. He guessed that this was the power that made him float. I don't know, but it seems like you will continue to fall. The environment here is very bad, so there shouldn't be anything powerful here. If there is, it will be torn to shreds. Bai Yu was currently thinking of a way to let Qin Xiang escape from the demon seed. Let me use the 72 changes to see if I can break away from this thing. Qin Xiang had an idea. It's best not to try. When you change, the structure of your body will undergo a change, which is also the most fragile time, and the surroundings are filled with a strange energy. Maybe you will be squeezed or torn, and even your soul will be affected. But once you fuse with the Yulong blood, you will not die, but that feeling will not be good. Long Xue's words made Qin Xiang dispel that thought. How about this little scoundrel? While fusing with the demon-suppressing G, D soul that you just obtained, you will also be combining the 11th level of the devil-subduing method. Senior sister, and I feel that the 11th level of the devil-subduing method will allow you to obtain an even more powerful demon-suppressing power. When the time comes, you should be able to quickly purify the demon seed. Su Meiyao said slowly, looks like this is the only way. I must not fall into that D.A.M. Ned Place, little naughty dragon. You use the Heaven Tour method to go down there and take a look. Qin Xiang's surroundings were pitch black, and only the black ball in his palm was emitting a weak white light. This won't do. Once I release my divine sense, it will shatter. Long Xue sighed helplessly. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly and began to concentrate on channeling the 9-turn dragon G. D-mantra, cultivating his soul, which could accelerate the absorption of the incomplete soul that he devoured from Tai Hong. It was very quiet below Demon and Devil Sinkhole, but the fight above was in full swing. It was like the end of the world. Qin Xiang had no idea what was happening above. After Gu Dongqin's group fought with Tai Hong, the two sides were evenly matched, although Tai Hong's side had a lot of people. but those who suddenly went overboard were not very strong and did not have much of an impact. As for Gu Dongqin and the others, most of them were powerful experts with profound martial arts. I was wondering why it was so lively here, but it was actually you guys who started the fight. A laughter that sounded like thunder came from the distance. If one were to watch the battle between Qin Xiang and his opponent that day, they would all know that the voice belonged to the new hall master of the Fire Divine Palace, Han Lai. Fire Divine Palace actually came, causing Gu Dongqin, Tai Hong, and the others to be extremely shocked. If they were to fight to the point where both of them were injured, it would be very dangerous for Fire Divine Palace to come here to pick up items. Don't worry, I'm just here to take a look and not interfere. You guys continue. A tall old man, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, was standing on a high mountain that was about to collapse as he laughed and said. Han Lai came alone, so he understood this person very well. Although Han Lai was a person from the Fire Divine Palace, his strength was not bad, and he got his own fire soul. But in order to prevent being robbed by the Fire Divine Palace, he chose to rely on the Fire Divine Palace. Thus, Han Lai felt disgusted towards the Fire Divine Palace. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights straight. The surprising thing was that the surrounding area of the demon and devil sinkhole was not destroyed, because no matter how strong the tremors were, no matter how much power one had, as long as they got close to the demon and devil sinkhole, they would be engulfed. Just as the group of experts were fighting with each other, the previously calm demon and devil sinkhole suddenly started to shake violently. Everyone felt a cold wind rush out from the huge hole and engulf the entire sky cavern, causing them to feel a chill all over their body. Oh no, it's a magical corruption gas. This is an archaic, devilish poison. One of the demon realm rankers' expression changed greatly. His face was filled with fear, and he did not even bother fighting anymore. He just sat down with his legs crossed, circulating his martial arts to defend against the poisonous gas that was invading his body. If I don't quickly defend against this poison, my entire body will rot, just like a dead person's body will rot. The other powerful devil cultivator was also shocked as he tried to use his cultivation to expel the poison. If I don't quickly defend against this poison, my entire body will rot, just like a dead person's body will rot. The other powerful devil cultivator was also shocked as he tried to use his cultivation to expel the poison. The other powerful devil cultivator all had fear written all over their faces. They had powerful strength now, but they were extremely afraid of this kind of magical corruption gas. As long as they weren't stupid, they could tell that this magical corruption gas was very powerful. Tai Hong glared at Gu Dongqin and the others and snorted, "If you want to die, just come here." After he finished speaking, that magical corruption gas from the infernal realm. At this moment, a few giants from the smaller continents also let out a mournful cry. Their bodies suddenly rotted, their clothes and skin melding together, their bodies covered in black, rotten flesh, making one scalp tingle. Gu Dongqin and the others were also extremely shocked. They anxiously used their cultivation to expel the poison, because the cool wind that was being exhaled by the demon and devil sinkhole was the magical corruption gas. Even Han Lai, who was watching from the distance, had a face full of death. He originally thought he was lucky, but he never expected himself to be so unlucky to actually encounter this kind of super old poison. The magical corruption gas is getting heavier and heavier. If you guys were to take action now, it would be equivalent to killing yourselves. You should be clear by now, if you attack us, you will definitely be drilled into by the magical corruption gas. A demon realm ranker looked at the corpses not far away that were covered in black flesh. The giants of the small continents were all warriors who had gone through 5 nirvana tribulations and 6 tribulations. However, it had only lasted for a short while, and it had turned out like this, causing everyone to fall into deep fear. In order to avoid being suddenly attacked by the enemy, Gu Dongqin and the rest of Tai Hong's side activated their qi to resist the poison aura as they retreated. They hoped to leave this place that was shrouded in magical corruption gas. However, they never expected that when they were 300 feet away from the sky cavern, the magical corruption gas would suddenly form a chi barrier, covering an area of 150 feet around the sky cavern, and start spinning crazily, causing the magical corruption gas to be trapped inside the chi barrier forever. Ah, a person fell onto the ground. It was actually the unlucky fellow who was watching from the side. Hanlai, he was actually sucked in. This caused the crowd, who were always enveloped in fear, to laugh in their hearts. Who told you to be so bored as to come watch the show? All of the experts were already trapped by the sky cavern. In order to avoid the opponent suddenly having the power to attack them, they tried their best to avoid the opponent, and no one dared to use their power or else. Once the magical corruption gas found a gap, it would drill into their bodies, turning them into a pair of black, rotten flesh. No one wanted to end up like that. They could only wait for the magical corruption gas to retreat. We should not be fighting near the demon and devil sinkhole. This demon and devil sinkhole has ACCU, Mulat so much death aura, and it was probably affected by the sound of the battle. That's why it suddenly erupted. Tai Hong sighed helplessly. He was really unlucky. Not only did his plan for the demon seed fail, he had to be trapped here in the end. Although Chun Xiang had already been beaten to the demon and devil sinkhole and could not live on, he still hated Qin Xiang to the bones. When Qin Xiang was in the demon and devil sinkhole, while he was fusing the incomplete soul that he had just obtained, he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing at him, waking him up. "What is this?" Qin Xiang exclaimed. "Magical corruption gas." Bai Yu cried out in alarm, her cold voice carrying deep fear. "A type of super old poison that can make people rot. It's the form of gas. My sister entered the city since she was young. I say, this poison has the most destructive power in the demon realm. The moment this poison appears, a large number of people will die. Even powerful experts will rot and die from being struck by the magical corruption gas. Not only can it cause one's body to rot, it can also cause one's soul to scatter." Bai Yu suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you cultivated the devil-suppressing golden body. Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. Even if it was a demon G, D from a high-level demon realm, they would also die after being attacked by a concentrated group of magical corruption gas. This kind of thing is the same as your G. D eclipse powder. Chun Xiang rejoiced in his heart. The immortal poisoning devil forest that he was in Sacred Dan realm previously was also fine. No wonder the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable is so powerful, and is viewed as the nemesis of all demon G. DS! Bai Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. For a guy with such weak strength to be able to survive in a place where many powerful devils or immortals couldn't even survive, it was all because they had cultivated the devil-suppressing golden body. Sister Yu, are those demon G? DSG. DS? What altars? They are really powerful. Chun Xiang looked at the demon seed that was tightly stuck on his palm. Of course they aren't real G. DS. True G. DS are all above the supreme worlds that Serpa. S the heaven realm. Theoretically, those worlds exist. Bai Yu thought for a moment, then continued, those demon G. DS, they are all devil cultivator S with the highest strength who have lived in the demon world for a long time. Moreover, the things they do are sought after by the majority of the devil cultivator, and they are tled as demon G. DS. Su Meiyao laughed. There aren't many beautiful and kind experts like senior sister in the demon world. But since ancient times, only one demon G. D with the surname Bai has ever been bestowed the T of demon G. D after doing something good. Bai Yu sighed lightly, but right now the Bai clan in the demon world is already beginning to decline. I wonder how many of the disciples of the Bai clan are able to comply with the teachings of the White clan's devil G. D back then. Chun Xiang had always wondered why Bai Yu was different from the majority of the demon realm's devil cultivator. Now he finally understood that this was actually due to the bloodline, but now it seemed that this race, which had good blood in them, was about to fall. It was already good that he could last so long in such an environment. 10 days had Pa-S said, and Qin Xiang had already successfully merged with his incomplete G-O-D soul. At this time he had already Pa-S said the stage where his G-O-D soul had evolved and reached the mature stage. 2 extremely weak and incomplete strands of the divine soul had allowed his soul to advance by leaps and bounds. If it were a complete, devil-suppressing, heavenly, venerable divine soul, he wouldn't dare to imagine it. I reckon that the devil-suppressing, heavenly, venerable intentionally gave this to someone with the potential to cultivate. That W.A.N.G. Shengren already had potential in the first place, but was used by a guy like Tai Hong, causing him to walk the evil path. And in the end, let me take advantage of him. Qin Xiang chuckled. I am an upright person who cultivates the G-O-D-S, and I even received so many benefits from suppressing demon heaven. I definitely won't disappoint devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable. Qin Xiang also thought that it was very strange. Ever since he started cultivating the devil-suppressing Kung Fu and refined the devil-suppressing golden body, the things that were closely related to the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable were always obtained by him one after another. It was also because of this reason that he was able to keep his life in danger. Around demon and devil sinkhole, the experts were still the same. 10 days had Pa-S said, and the magical corruption gas still had not retreated. They could only wait patiently. C701. C701 when Qin Xiang was at the bottom of the demon and devil sinkhole. He had no idea what was happening above. All he wanted to do now was to quickly cultivate to the 11th layer of the devil subduing method, so that he could use an even more powerful devilish suppressing force to purify the magic seed that was stuck on his palm. Devil subduing method was a very complicated martial arts technique, and inside those martial arts techniques, a few words contained a lot of information, and after combining it would become even more difficult to understand, and now Qin Xiang had to arrange all of the mantras from the first layer to the 10th layer from new. As long as they were arranged well and cultivated smoothly, then he would be able to cultivate the devil subduing method to the great perfection stage. This was a very difficult task. After all, there were many mantras in the heart, and right now it was equivalent to Disa. Assembling all of these mantras in order and arranging them once more. And after arranging them, one could practice without making a mistake and be able to unleash an even stronger power. Currently, Qin Xiang was just like playing with a jigsaw puzzle. The hardest part was that he did not know what the original appearance of the jigsaw puzzle was. He could only judge the connection between each section of the chant based on his understanding of the devil-suppressing Kung Fu and his experience in cultivating multiple divine arts before combining them. If he did not have this kind of solid foundation, he would not be able to see the 11th layer of the devil subduing method, which was also the great perfection stage. Qin Xiang guessed that the 11th layer was the hardest to cultivate. Otherwise, the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable would not use this kind of method to hide himself so well. S soul had already reached the mature stage, which allowed his mind to work even faster. In this way, his progress would be even faster, and if he were to use the foreseeing alchemy to refine pills, it would definitely be even easier. This was also the reason why alchemists had such high requirements for spiritual sense. Qin Xiang slowly descended, and his surroundings became pitch black. This also made it difficult for him to feel that he was descending, and as time passed, said he was nearing the completion of the 11th floor, but it had already been 3 months. Those rancors around the demon and devil sinkhole continued to sit where they were, guarding against those terrifying magical corruption gases that tried to invade their bodies. In this period of time, an old man who was slightly negligent was pierced by the magical corruption gas into his body and turned into a pair of purplish-black, rotten flesh. This made the experts even more wary of him. Once they were careless, it would only take an instant to kill them. What made them feel helpless was that the magical corruption gases were lingering, forming a huge barrier, enveloping the surroundings of the demon and devil sinkhole. Spinning frantically, constantly pulling at the magical corruption gas beneath the demon and devil sinkhole, causing it to become denser and denser. Although the magical corruption gas was transparent and tasteless, they could clearly feel it, and it was just a gust of chilly wind. There's really a lot of these magical corruption gas. How many demon corpses down there are able to form such a terrifying magical corruption gas? Chun Xiang exclaimed. Looks like the experience of great war between 3 realms last time was definitely extraordinary. He wouldn't have formed this kind of demon and devil sinkhole, and mortal martial realm wouldn't have lost so many martial arts and alchemy civilizations as well. That time, it must have been a very heavy loss. Bai Yu said, "My sister has researched magical corruption gas for many years, so it wasn't easy to form it. She took many years and painstaking effort to gather only a little bit." Bai Yu's sister, Bai Ziqian, Chun Xiang thought back to the violent and enchanting venomous beauty, and a smile rose on his face. He clearly remembered the time when he ruthlessly grabbed Bai Ziqian's firm and rich chest, and the devil scorpion princess that was covered in poison was something only a man like him, who possessed the devil-suppressing golden body, could submit to. Bai Yu, the originally cold and heartless princess, had already been half-melted by him. He felt that the devil scorpion princess would be detoxified by him sooner or later. This magical corruption gas is so powerful. Should I collect some? Chun Xiang's eyes lit up. This thing was as powerful as the eclipse powder, and it was ready-made. It's very difficult to collect. There are no good containers to store them in. Bai Yu also felt that it was a pity. Back then, after her sister searched bitterly for a long time, she finally found a trace of it. Back then, my sister spent a lot of time searching for a container that could hold magical corruption gas. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. Sister Yu, I am the best container in the world, if not for this DAM and magic core entangling me. I would absorb a large amount of magical corruption gas and condense them into genuine granule, keep them in my dantian, and release them when I need them. Haha. I am invincible. You have to be careful when using it. This magical corruption gas is also a taboo poison in the demon world, just like the eclipse powder. Once it is discovered, your portrait will be posted all over the 3 great heaven realm mess. Bai Yu said, the 3 great heaven realm mess were the demon world, and the higher realm of the mortal realm. The mortal realm was also called the immortal world, but because the immortal world was the strongest, it was generally called Heaven Realm. Chun Xiang suddenly said emotionally, I'm about to finish it. I'm about to reach the great circle of devil subduing method. I'll soon finish it. In his mind, the new arrangement of the devil subduing method's heart chant seemed to be emitting a golden light. When all the new order of the heart chant was completed, something unexpected happened. At this moment, he had the same feeling as when he first started cultivating in the devil-suppressing Kung Fu. After completing the new ranking, he had actually comprehended the 11th level and did not need to cultivate according to those mental cultivation methods. There were many people who had learned the heart chant for the devil-suppressing Kung Fu, but very few people had cultivated it. Back then, when Chun Xiang memorized the chant from the devil-suppressing Sky Monument, he had foolishly learned it, and today the same was true for the great perfection of the devil-subduing method. Chun Xiang's entire body emitted a kind of sacred silver white light. The clothes on his body suddenly became ashes. A new set of silver, white, luxurious clothes appeared on his body, causing him to look ugly and filled with a kind of intimidating aura, as though all the demons in the world were unable to even raise their heads in front of him. Devil-suppressing holy power. After completing the great perfection of the devil-subduing method, you actually fused it into the devil-suppressing Kung Fu, allowing it to evolve into a devil-suppressing holy power. If you do not cultivate to the devil-suppressing golden body, you will not be able to cultivate to this stage without the help of devil-suppressing blood. Chun Xiang's eyes flashed with a sacred silver white glow. At this moment, he was like A.G.O.D. who specialized in defeating demons. "Ha, now you know how to be afraid of this loathsome thing?" Chen Xiang's arm shook. He activated devil-suppressing holy power and allowed it to flow into the magic seed, only to see the originally black magic seed suddenly becoming pure white. In just an instant, it had been completely purified, and it was a lot smaller as well. But that was actually an incomparably pure energy, and as he channeled the devouring magic Kung Fu, he directly devoured it into his body. He then activated the fire Dantian to refine it, and then used the Taiji Dragon Suppress Kung Fu to compress the refined energy into a genuine granule. The purged magic core contained a huge amount of energy, which made Qin Xiang extremely happy. He was frantically absorbing it, as this would allow his cultivation to increase by a step. The purged magic core contained a huge amount of energy, which made Qin Xiang extremely happy. He was frantically absorbing it, as this would allow his cultivation to increase by a step. After he cultivated the devil-subduing method to the great perfection stage, the devil-suppressing holy power in his body was able to remove the demonic energy, causing him to no longer be torn apart or squeezed by the energies in the demon and devil sinkhole, and thus causing him to plummet down. The demon and devil sinkhole was very deep. Qin Xiang suspected that the strong demon and evil energy had already formed a spatial tunnel below them that led to other worlds. "It's best if you don't go, otherwise you won't be able to come back." Bai Yu saw that Chen Xiang had suddenly fallen and anxiously shouted. She did not want Qin Xiang to go to a place like the demon world right now. Even though it was a low-level demon world, it was still extremely dangerous for Qin Xiang. After getting rid of the magic seed, Chen Xiang moved freely. He immediately used his mana to levitate his body and did not continue to descend. After he completely absorbed the purified magic seed, he would consider other things. The impurities have already been cleansed, and the remaining portion may be very little, but it's enough for you to enter the middle stage of the 100 refining realm. Remember, when you cultivate, you need to continue refining your body, although your physical body is already strong enough, but the 100 refining realm is merely the starting point. Bai Yu said, Chen Xiang's fleshly body had a very high starting point. Even though his fleshly body had already completely said the limits of a mortal, based on his current cultivation situation, his body had only just begun tempering in the 100 refining realm, and would be considered the pinnacle by his own standards. Facing the powerful Tai Hong, as well as the coming demons, Qin Xiang longed for more and more for power. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly break through and then leave demon and devil sinkhole. Within mortal martial realm, so many experts had suddenly disappeared, but no one left any traces behind when they left. This made many people puzzled. Some even suspected that these experts had hidden themselves to avoid the great war between 3 realms that was about to arrive. However, who would have thought that these strong pract 1. Tioniers at the peak of mortal martial realm, who were on the brink of life and death, would be tormented by fear? Because if they were careless, they would have been devoured by the magical corruption gas. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Qin Xiang, who was below demon and devil sinkhole, had also completely devoured the purified devil seed. During the process of cultivation, he would circulate fire Dantian and release a type of flame that was specialized for refining the body. It could make him, who had the heaven fire soul, feel a scorching pain, and in this way, achieve the effect of tempering the body. Every time he broke through, the number of genuine granule would double. At this point in time, he already had 640,000 genuine granule, and if he reached the late stage of the 100 refining realm, he would have 1,000,000 genuine granule. I wonder how many genuine granule there will be after I enter the nirvana stage. Qin Xiang was a little excited, but after looking at his Dantian, he realized that even if he had 1,000,000 genuine granule, he could only make the 5 mighty beast statue light up a little. It was no different from before, and he didn't know what level the innate chi had to reach to make the 5 beast statue completely light up. It's been so long, but this magical corruption gas is still constantly spitting out blood. Let me see if I can absorb some of it into my body. Chun Xiang activated his devouring magic kung fu, allowing the magical corruption gas around him to enter his body. What made him a little depressed was that his devil-suppressing holy power was too strong. The moment those magical corruption gas entered his body, they were immediately erased by the devil-suppressing holy power. Even so, Chun Xiang did not give up. He released his mystical mana and formed a pathway within his body that led to his dantian. He then absorbed the magical corruption gas and compressed it inside his dantian through that passage. The magical corruption gas was separated by the magic power, and being unable to feel the devil-suppressing holy power, Chun Xiang was able to successfully compress the magical corruption gas into his dantian. Even if this thing explodes in my body, it will be immediately purified. Chun Xiang chuckled, then crazily devoured the magical corruption gas. If the people from the demon world knew that his dantian was filled with a large number of magical corruption gas, they would definitely hide far away from him. Sister Yu, is your sister, the magic scorpion, afraid of this magical corruption gas? Chun Xiang asked. This devil scorpion princess by Ziqian, who was covered in poison, in Chun Xiang's opinion, could also be considered impenetrable. She's not afraid. She was surrounded and killed by the demon realm because she possessed a magical corruption gas. In the end, a demon Ji appeared and allowed her to destroy this thing in front of many powerful devil cultivator. That was the only way to resolve her crisis. Bai Yu said. Chun Xiang chuckled. I think she definitely misses this kind of thing. In the future, will I have a chance to see her again? When he thought about Bai Yu's wild, cold, and charming older sister, Chun Xiang's heart started to waver. There must be a chance, Bai Yu seemed to have seen through Chun Xiang's thoughts and coldly snorted. Little scoundrel, this woman is my opponent, you decide. Su Meiyao scoffed. How could she not know what Chun Xiang was thinking? Cough, cough, this is a matter of the future. Let's talk about it in the future. Chun Xiang realized that he had been exposed and anxiously said, and continued to swallow the magical corruption gas. If Laozi was in a fight with this magical corruption gas, then how amazing would he be? Chun Xiang sighed. I never thought that practicing the devil-suppressing kung fu would be enough for me to control these vicious magical corruption gases. If I go to the demon realm, I might be able to become the #1 demon in the world of demons. But at the same time, I also obtain the inheritance of the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu did not object to Chun Xiang doing this in the first place, because they knew that Chun Xiang would not use this kind of power to harm the common people. When you use it, you must not leave it alive. Bai Yu warned again. Relax, this thing isn't easy to control, and it can't be used to destroy corpses and remove traces. I still feel that the D-Eclipse powder is a little easier to use, but the D-Eclipse powder needs to be refined, and I also need older broken soul tree to be able to refine stronger D-Eclipse powder, Chun Xiang said. Chun Xiang drew a small area in his dantian specifically to compress the magical corruption gas. He felt that this would be his most powerful way of keeping a person's life alive in the future. If Chun Xiang knew about the situation up there, he would have gone up a long time ago. He could move freely amongst the magical corruption gas, and those innates that couldn't even move a muscle could only kill him as they pleased. A month had said, and Chun Xiang felt that it was about time to go up. He started to float, but he suddenly felt that no matter how he floated up, he himself seemed to be retreating. This made him frightened. Chapter 703 Poisonous Beast Devil God. Chapter 703 Poisonous Beast Devil G. Di Chun Xiang was clearly flying upwards, but he felt like he was retreating. This made it hard for him to understand, so he increased his speed and continued to fly upwards. However, it was the same if he increased his speed. Moreover, he could feel that the demonic death chi was becoming heavier and heavier. What the hell? Chun Xiang floated without moving, then allowed himself to descend. However, as he descended, he was actually descending. "I'm trapped." Shin Xiang clenched his teeth and said, "Reverse the chaos in the SPAC, the ACCU mulat demonic death aura over the years, forming a very powerful force, reversing the flow of the SPAC here, but the demonic death chi was not affected at all. Seems like this is only effective against the things that fell in here." Long Shui said. Shin Xiang looked up above. It was only pitch black. He cursed loudly and asked, "Little dragon, what do we do in this situation? Is there any way to get out?" "Right, I have a Luotian sect." After Shin Xiang asked this question, he slapped his head and anxiously took out a disc. "It's no use, the SPAC here is unstable and it's very chaotic. If you randomly open the SPAC gate and get transported to some unknown SPAC, then it'll be troublesome if you can't find the direction of the SPAC." Long Shui said. This made Shin Xiang feel even more dejected. "Let's go down and take a look. There might be another way out." Long Shui sighed. Shin Xiang had been to many dangerous places before, and those places were all dangerous places. Even if some strong warriors went in there, they would probably lose their lives, but he would always be able to get out. Just go. Shin Xiang's entire body was releasing devil-suppressing holy power, causing all the panicked evil energy inside the demonic sky pit to be unable to touch his body. Without the protection of these powers, his body plummeted. He was very curious about the bottom of demonic sky pit, but he was also a little afraid that he would run into some powerful stuff that would leave him with nowhere to go. Haha, a very courageous brat, as expected of the successor to the demon-suppressing old ghost. After Shin Xiang fell for half a day, a sinister laughter came from below, making Shin Xiang's hair stand on end. "There's a powerful fellow sealed below," Shin Xiang guessed, and it was sealed by the exalted demon lord. Shin Xiang suddenly saw 5 points of light below him. Not long later, he saw the fellow who laughed sinisterly, a purple-black man whose purple-black skin was covered with a lot of wrinkles that made people want to throw up. He had long ears, a mouth that revealed 2 fangs, and a pair of eyes that were filled with rotten flesh. "What is this?" Shin Xiang allowed himself to float. The monster was surrounded by 5 gigantic stone tablets. Its body was tied up with many thick iron chains, and those iron chains were not ordinary iron chains. There was a type of silvery white aurora on them. The links were filled with complicated spirit grayness. The iron chain was connected to the 5 gigantic stone tablets surrounding the monster. Shin Xiang landed on a giant iron chain that was as large as a bridge, stepped onto the chain and went straight up, standing on top of a giant monument, and looked down at the terrifying monster below. "It's from Exalted Demon Lord." Shin Xiang looked at the giant tablets and the iron chains. "That's right, it was old Demon Zhen who trapped me here. He caused me to suffer the torment of the demonic death chi all year long." The monster's voice was incomparably sinister and filled with hatred. It struggled, but it could not move those thick iron chains at all. "This is the poisonous beast, Devil G. O.D. He was originally a normal person, but he didn't know that he would turn into such a monster. This guy is very famous in the 3 great heaven realm mess, even though he's been missing for a long time." Bai Yu exclaimed. Su Meiyao and Long Shui knew of this person's capabilities and were extremely shocked. Although poisonous beast Devil G.O.D. was trapped, Shin Xiang and the others were inexplicably terrified. "I had a great battle with the poison dragon back then, but I seem to have lost. After that, the 2 of them went missing. Could it be that it has something to do with the exalted demon lord?" Long Shui said, "Poisonous beast Devil G.O.D. I never thought that you would be locked in here. However, the fate of that poison dragon is much worse than yours." Shin Xiang laughed. "What is your background? How do you know about this?" Poisonous beast Devil G.O.D. asked anxiously. "I am the descendant of the exalted demon lord. How could I not know about it? Xin Xiang laughed. That old poison dragon is already dead and died in Holy Pill Realm. Even though he is dead, his poisonous blood has still plagued our Holy Pill Realm for many years. You don't seem like a disciple of old Demon Gen. This old thing definitely won't accept disciples. I actually know that he left his stuff in many different worlds. You probably got lucky, got his stuff, and refined devil-suppressing holy power, right? Poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D laughed coldly. Don't think that you can lie to me. Shen Xiang did not expect this monster to be so smart. Even though it was seen through, he remained calm. Can you tell me how to get out? Huh. Poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D laughed out loud. I knew you were trapped here and wanted to get out. Old Demon Jin never thought that there would be a day when you would trap his successor. Although you got lucky, it's not easy to cultivate his devil-suppressing kung fu. You can say that you are very outstanding, but you can only accompany me here until your death. Huh. After Xin Xiang heard this, his expression became extremely ugly. If you want to leave, there's only one way, and that is to destroy this 5-elemental demon sealing array and destroy the power of this chaotic SPAC. But then I can leave too. The poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D licked his face with his long tongue, making Xin Xiang want to slash off his blade at his. Unless you release me, you can only stay here to accompany me. Of course, you can also choose to continue to that chaotic energy-filled SPAC. The poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D laughed sinisterly. Xin Xiang laughed coldly. I still have another way, which is to kill you and destroy this formation again. You want to kill me? Do you think you can do something that even the exalted demon lord cannot? That's ridiculous. After all these years, this was his happiest day. Although he could not escape, he would still have to accompany him for many years after seeing his proud successor in the exalted demon lord. Poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D trapped him here because she wanted to use the demonic death chi to kill him. But all these years, his eyes had only rotted and her body was still healthy. However, his body had also become much more fragile. However, it seemed that he could continue for many more years. Come, brat. I want to see what method you will use to kill me. Even I myself cannot kill myself. Quickly, let me die happily. Poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D provoked Xin Xiang, his voice full of ridicule. Even though the poisonous beast Devil God wanted Chen Xiang to give him a quick death, he didn't want to die at all. He had been imprisoned here by the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable for so long, and it contained grievances. Even though the poisonous beast Devil G. Oh, D wanted Chen Xiang to give him a quick death, he didn't want to die at all. He had been imprisoned here by the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable for so long, and it contained grievances. The reason why he said that was simply because he thought that Chen Xiang couldn't kill him, and that even the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable couldn't kill him, let alone Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang stood on top of a giant monument and looked down at the monster that was ridiculing him. Why didn't you come? Or are you afraid to come down and approach me? The poisonous beast Devil G. Oh, D had been bored for so long, it was rare for someone to come here alive. And this person was someone the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had spent so much effort and time to choose as his successor. When he thought of how Chen Xiang would accompany him here for so many years, he laughed even more happily. If you want to kill me, the first thing you have to do is to cut open my skin. My skin has 81 layers. After you break it, you have to destroy everything inside my body. But the things inside my body are much more powerful than my skin. Devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable had great difficulty breaking through my skin back then, but was unable to destroy my internal organs or break my bones. Do you think you can do that? The poisonous beast, Devil G. Oh, D laughed. Long Shui said, what this guy said is true. His ugly body seems to come from the highest realm, the D realm, so it's very difficult to destroy it. Look at the surface of his body. It's completely fine now. He should have the ability to repair himself. There's only one way, and that is to use D de-eclipse powder to melt this fellow. Su Meiyao suddenly became excited. If Chun Xiang could do something that even the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable could not, then that would be a very exciting thing. I'll try using the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword first. A cyan light suddenly flashed from Chun Xiang's hand, followed by a burst of cyan lightning, and the mighty divine blade appeared. The lifelike dragon sculpture on top of it trembled slightly and let out a clear dragon cry. What is this? The poisonous beast devil Ji. Oh, Di was shocked. The thing in Chun Xiang's hands made him feel threatened. The thing that killed you. Chun Xiang leapt high into the air, and just as he was about to land on poisonous beast devil Ji, Di's gigantic body, he raised his blade and slashed across, creating a gully like wound on poisonous beast devil Ji. Di's chest. Poisonous beast devil Ji. Di let out a thunderous roar in pain. Brat, what exactly did you use? When Chun Xiang saw that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was effective, he was secretly happy in his heart. He did not answer poisonous beast devil Ji. Di's question, but instead brandished the divine blade on his wrinkled skin, cutting off the stone-like thick skin. Following Chun Xiang's control of his mind, the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword grew bigger and grew, and could cut even deeper. Chun Xiang felt as easy as cutting tofu now, but when he stirred the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, he realized that he was stopped by many things, and those things were not cut off as easily as he imagined. The thing inside poisonous beast devil Ji. Di's body was extremely stiff. Ned Brat, you're the first person to cut my skin so many times. I'm going to die from the pain. Don't let me grab onto you, or else I'll pull your intestines out bit by bit. Although his skin was stiff, it was still more painful than when he cut it open. Chun Xiang opened a hole on the poisonous beast devil Ji. Di's chest that was like a well. Seeing the layers of different colored skin that were cut by him, he couldn't help but be amazed that there was actually such a miraculous creature in the world. Through the black, Chun Xiang could see the normal beating black heart below him. Those magical corruption gas should be able to enter your body now. Let's see how long you can laugh for. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. Humph! Just a mere magical corruption gas. It can't kill me. Although the poisonous beast, devil Ji. Di was in pain. He still could not let Chun Xiang succeed. He only saw that the wound that Chun Xiang had opened was actually slowly healing. Although the speed was slow, it would only take a few days to completely heal. Even if it did not, magical corruption gases would not have decades to rot his body. This poisonous beast, devil Ji. Di's body was truly terrifying. This was the strongest existence in the world of demons. It really opened Chun Xiang's eyes. With this kind of terrifying flesh, no wonder even devil-suppressing heavenly venerable could do nothing about it. Even if you peel off my skin, I will still grow back. I will not die. Poisonous beast, devil Ji. Di laughed crazily. The first thing to heal was the poisonous beast, devil Ji. Di's flesh. It would only take half an hour to heal, and the 81 layers of skin would completely heal within a few days. Although de-eclipse powder S are fine, I don't know when I'll be able to finish refining them. This guy's body is too terrifying. Chun Xiang sat on top of the gigantic purple-black body, trying to figure out a way to kill it. Powerful de-eclipse powder had very high requirements for the age of the materials, and it had to be known that this poisonous beast devil Ji. Di was a guy with an extremely strong, fleshly body. We'll know once we try it. The difficulty of refining high-level de-eclipse powder is not high. It just needs a very long time. This fellow's internal organs are very strong, and all kinds of energy cannot harm it. Su Meiyao said, I will make that broken soul tree's age increase again. When the time comes, you will refine the de-eclipse powder here. Give up, haha. Seeing that Chun Xiang was standing on top of him and not moving, poisonous beast devil Ji. Oh, Di laughed out loud. Chen Xiang ignored him, took out a few D eclipse powder S, and sprinkled them into the slowly healing wound, landing them on the meat. What is this? Poisonous beast devil G. Oh, Di felt that the meat was a little itchy and painful. Chen Xiang observed the slowly melting meat and discovered that this low, rank D eclipse powder was actually so useful that it could melt some of the meat. All right, I should be able to refine a high, grade heaven level G. D eclipse powder. Su Meiyao used the creation divine liquid to speed it up. When some of the spirit herbs were incomplete, they could be irrigated by creation divine liquid and become complete. Spirit medicine was originally complete. With creation divine liquid, it could increase the growth speed of the spirit medicine. High-grade heaven level? How can I refine it now? Qin Xiang was startled. He could only refine a earth-grade low-rank Dan now. But he was unable to refine a high-grade heaven level all of a sudden. This requires a very powerful flame and divine intent, and then experience. High-grade heaven levels G. D eclipse powder obviously cannot cause any harm to this guy, so you need to add a large number of magical corruption gas, and with the two of them mixed together, the effect will be even greater. Su Meiyao said excitedly. That kind of laughter sounded like a deceitful female devil, making Chen Xiang S.H.I. plus for uncontrollably. When the time comes, leave everything to me and Shui. For now, the three of us will merge together. I will control your body to refine pills, and at the same time, use Shui's powerful consciousness. That should work. Su Meiyao had already formulated a plan. Su Meiyao was a woman who was cyanate about refining pills. Because she had lost her energy, she was unable to refine pills for many years, and after being unable to do so for so long, her hands had started to itch. Su Meiyao was a woman who was cyanate about refining pills. Because she had lost her energy, she was unable to refine pills for many years, and after being unable to do so for so long, her hands had started to itch. It was extremely rare for an alchemist to be able to come into contact with these two powerful things at the same time, and no one had ever tried it before. Sometimes the alchemist was also treated like a devil, especially those who fled to the ends of the earth to refine poisons. They were treated as devils in the heaven realm. This requires a large amount of D eclipse powder's medicinal herbs. I have already ordered Senior Sister Tama S produce them inside, and then there is the magical corruption gas to fuse these two things together. Furthermore, it will be in a large quant. 1. Tai, and after compression, the quality will increase. Su Meiyao laughed. Little scoundrel, you might be able to meet that old fellow, devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, again in the future. At that time, you can brag about yourself in front of him. Qin Xiang chuckled. Then I'll leave it to you, my good sister. His entire body relaxed, allowing Long Xue's and Su Meiyao's consciousness to enter his mind. Then, with Long Xue taking the lead, he used her Imperial Dragon Race's mysterious cultivation method to temporarily fuse the souls of the three of them together. The body of a man is strange. Su Meiyao looked at his hands. Being possessed by two women, I also feel that it's weird. If I have the chance, I want to possess your body as well. Qin Xiang laughed. The little scoundrel would definitely touch a woman's body at any time if he attached himself to her. Long Xue giggled. Don't think too much. I'm going to focus on refining the D eclipse powder. Be more serious. Su Meiyao scoffed. Of course. The three of them were using their consciousness to converse. Otherwise, when the poisonous beast devil D heard this, they would have thought that he was sick. Little scoundrel, learn a little. I'm going to start now. Su Meiyao said, taking out the Yanlong furnace, being able to use this furnace to refine pills, she could not help but sigh. At this time, when their three souls fused, they felt that it was extremely strange, and Chen Xiang could see what he was doing. But that was not what he was doing. He was only relaxing, allowing the other consciousness in his body to control his body. Su Meiyao understood Chen Xiang the best. She even knew how many hairs on his body he had. Now that she was using Chen Xiang's body, she could control him easily. Just as Su Meiyao had said, the amount of flowers, fruits, leaves, branches, tree roots, and skins that the broken soul tree refined were all numerous. All of them were poured into large baskets of Yanlong Furnace S. Qin Xiang had the heaven fire soul. His flames were strong enough, and his Onane Qi was also very dense. It was enough for Qin Xiang to release flames and refine pills for a long time. Long Shui had a strong soul. His mana and consciousness were both very strong, and were more than enough for Su Meiyao to use. Sister Meiyao, this is so good. In the future, won't you be concocting pills this way more often? You are definitely not just a pill sect. I feel that you are at least a Dan immortal, haha. You can concoct a lot of immortal pills like this. Chen Xiang said excitedly. Su Meiyao had told Chen Xiang before that she was only a pill sect, but Chen Xiang had never believed it before. At this moment, he was even more sure of his conjecture that Su Meiyao was at least a Dan immortal. If only it could be like this, but this is still not my body. It will still affect my performance, and you two little fellows are not strong enough to concoct immortal pills. At most, I can concoct low-grade heaven-level pills, and my speed is also very slow. Su Meiyao's words shattered Qin Xiang's fantasies. This high-level G. Oh, D-Eclipse powder is much easier to refine than those heaven-level pills, and it takes a long time to refine. If you want to refine it well, I think it would take more than a year. Su Meiyao's words stunned Qin Xiang. Yanlong Furnace S had an accelerating array formation, and that would take more than a year. If it was an ordinary pill furnace, wouldn't it take even more years? Oh, right, this is the time to fuse with a large number of magical corruption gas. Just watch, Su Meiyao said. From this, Chen Xiang immediately focused on refining the pellet. More than a year had Pa said, and during Su Meiyao's refining, he did not forget to condense creation divine liquid S to make more of the G. Oh, D-Eclipse powder's medicinal ingredients. Chen Xiang already could not remember how many times he had put in the Yanlong furnace. What surprised him the most was that he had to fuse so many G. Oh, D-Eclipse powders refined from medicinal ingredients into a small box. From this, it could be seen how high the quality of the box was. Of course, during the refining process, Su Meiyao controlled Chen Xiang's body and used the devouring magic Kung Fu person. He absorbed a large amount of magical corruption gas and poured it into the furnace, causing the two to fuse together. As for how effective it was, no one knew. The poisonous beast Devil G. Oh, Di only thought of Qin Xiang as a cultivator. He had long forgotten about Qin Xiang being able to harm him before. Although he was surprised, Qin Xiang could not kill him in the end. There were a lot of magical corruption gas that entered from the chaotic SPAC below. Even after more than a year, they did not show any signs of weakening. Thus, the rankers around the demon and devil sinkhole were also, like before, patiently waiting for the magical corruption gas to leave. Completed! Su Meiyao let out a long sigh as she opened up the Yanlong furnace and looked at the floating black and white powder. It looks really amazing. Chen Xiang really wanted to see how effective it was. Shui, it's been hard on you. Let us return to our original appearances. Su Meiyao was not tired either, but was full of energy. Chen Xiang grabbed the powder that was mixed in black and white and rubbed it on his fingertips. These things are useless to you, but to others. Su Meiyao laughed sinisterly. Chen Xiang was somewhat disappointed that he was only able to refine this much after suffering for more than a year. Then let's test how powerful he really is. Chen Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and scratched poisonous beast Devil G. Oh, D's chest, digging out pieces of skin and black flesh. Brat, stop. Although Chen Xiang couldn't kill him, she could make him feel pain. This made him extremely angry, as the majestic Devil G. Oh, D was repeatedly insulted by this little ant. He felt extremely aggrieved. Qin Xiang ignored him and continued doing his thing. Only by doing this could he leave this D.A.M. Ned place. Useless. Poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D felt another wound on his chest and said disdainfully. Qin Xiang looked at the small pile of black and white powder in his palm. His heart was no longer confident. However, when he thought about the large amount of D-Eclipse powder medicine and the large amount of magical corruption gases that had refined this powder, his confidence suddenly rose. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the powder to fall on top of the giant beating heart. Then he leapt up and landed on top of a giant monument. Ah, brat, what is this thing? Poisonous beast, devil G. Oh, D let out a bone-chilling scream. The powder was useful, which made Qin Xiang extremely happy. It was just a small pile of powder, yet it actually caused poisonous beast devil Jyoti to cry out in pain. It was just a small pile of powder, yet it actually caused poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D to cry out in pain. This fellow is melting. Long Shui said. Once the powder made from the fusion of D-Eclipse powder and magical corruption gas entered the poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D's body it quickly spread. What is this? D-A-M, and brat, I will skin you alive. Poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D was shocked and angry. His innards, that couldn't even move the devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable, was actually beginning to melt. This was refined from the fusion of A-G-O, D-Eclipse powder. You will slowly die. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Xiang laughed. Demon. Of course. Poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D knew about G. Oh, D-Eclipse powder. He never thought that Qin Xiang would actually smelt G. Oh, D-Eclipse powder together with them. Ha, the same goes for me. Qin Xiang was sitting on the giant monument, patiently waiting for the poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D to die. It's a pity that his soul has already been crippled by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. Otherwise, swallowing his soul would have allowed your soul to improve even more rapidly. Long Shui sighed. Poisonous beast devil G. Oh, D's scream continued for 2 days before it disappeared. There was a puddle of black water at the bottom of the 5 giant tablets that were glowing with a silvery white light. In the middle of the black water, there was a pearl that was emitting a purple glow. It was about the size of a fist. It should be the poisonous beast's beast core. Long Shui exclaimed. With such a large poisonous beast and such a small beast core, it must be something good. The smaller the beast core, the better it was. Qin Xiang jumped down and anxiously picked up the beast core and placed it into the ring. This guy probably became a poisonous beast after he ate this thing. This thing is temporarily useless to you, but it can prove that you killed this guy, said. Long Shui and Baiyu played around inside and could not find anything special. You can leave now. Qin Xiang originally thought that it would take a long time for him to destroy the giant monoliths, but who would have thought that after the poisonous beast devil G. D died, the 5 giant monoliths and the giant iron chains would suddenly turn into gold powder and disappear into the pitch-black S.P.C. Ha, I can finally get out. A silver-white light suddenly flashed from Qin Xiang's body, and under the silver-white light, waves of red flames spouted out. Qin Xiang flapped his wings and quickly flew up. With the protection of the devil-suppressing holy power, he was not afraid of the Suzaku fire wing being torn apart by the various powers inside. These magical corruption gas have been H.I. plussing for so long, it can't possibly be all over the Chen martial continent, right? Qin Xiang suddenly started to worry. This kind of thing was not something that anyone could bear. Probably not. This demon and devil sinkhole has a strange suction force. You were sucked down by it before. Long Shui said. Around demon and devil sinkhole, the faces of the experts were not good. After all, they were in a dangerous situation, and if they were to be careless for a bit, they would easily lose their lives and they would die in an ugly way. Of course, for powerful beings like them, who cared about their reputation. Dying in front of others was the most important matter. The sky above Demon and Devil Sinkhole was shrouded in black clouds all year round. And at this moment, there were also those invisible magical corruption gases. Suddenly, a burst of fire-red light shone over, and everyone turned to look at Demon and Devil Sinkhole, only to see a pair of gigantic fire wings flapping, rising from Demon and Devil Sinkhole. The majestic fire wings were actually released by a single person. Everyone quickly saw who it was. It was Chun Xiang. After Chun Xiang ascended, he hastily withdrew his flaming wings and floated in the air looking down. Very quickly he saw the strong experts, and many of them were people he was familiar with. Seeing this scene, he quickly thought of something, especially seeing Tai Hong's frightened face. He smiled even more happily in his heart. Gu Dongqin's heart, which had been hanging in the air for many days, finally relaxed. He did not expect that after almost 2 years, Qin Xiang would actually come back alive from below. This kid is really worrying me to death. Lu Menger pouted playfully. Her jade-like face was full of excitement as she held back her tears from falling and watched Qin Xiang slowly descend from the sky. Tai Hong and the rest were all terrified because Qin Xiang was not affected by the magical corruption gas. How is this possible? They had witnessed several rancors decomposing into purple, black, rotten flesh with their own eyes. What was most unbelievable was that Qin Xiang, who had fallen into the Demon and Devil Sinkhole, actually managed to come back alive after almost 2 years. Aren't these guys from East Sea City? I remember that they seem to have joined the alliance. Why are they sitting together with an old demon like Tai Hong now? Qin Xiang landed gently, not affected in the slightest by the magical corruption gas. Of course, Qin Xiang could tell that these rancors did not dare to move in order to resist the magical corruption gas, but he could move now. These guys suddenly went overboard. Junior Marshal Uncle, you handle it. Gu Dongqin's words made those people from the Rebel Alliance feel like they were going to be executed. Qin Xiang also saw Han Lai, who had a face as ashen as ash. He looked at Han Lai and asked, "Where is this guy?" This angered Han Lai to the point that he vomited blood. This brat actually used such a thing to describe himself as the Hall Master of Fire Divine Palace. To watch the show, Lian Yingxiao said. At this time, the people on Gu Dongqin's side were all extremely excited. They knew that Qin Xiang would definitely not let them off. Tai Hong panicked and roared, "Qin Xiang, you demon who has fused with a demon seed, if there is a day, you will definitely be devoured by the demon Ji. ODS and will bring a calamity to the entire mortal martial realm." Old man, don't think about slandering me. The one who wanted to fuse with the magic seed is you, the one who obtained the powerful strength. I only stopped you, and you beat me down of Demon and Devil Sinkhole. Qin Xiang said with a cold smile. He walked towards Tai Hong and explained to the others what happened on the altar that day. Everyone suddenly realized they really wanted to know the reason why Gu Dongqin allowed them to arrive in such a hurry. It seemed like it was necessary now. If Tai Hong succeeded, then it would truly be a disaster for mortal martial realm. If you did not fuse with a demon seed, how could you resist the magical corruption gas? Do you know what a magical corruption gas is? Tai Hong's words caused everyone to become suspicious. Now, everyone had a better understanding of the magic core. If Qin Xiang managed to fuse with a magic core, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. Your father's impenetrable, a mere magical corruption gas, is nothing. Qin Xiang laughed. His entire body shook. The silver-white holy light shot out in all 4 directions from his body, looking extremely holy. Even if it's a magic seed, I can still purify it. At this time, Qin Xiang was like AGOD, causing everyone to exclaim in their hearts. Amongst these people, only Tai Hong could tell that the silver-white glow emitted from Qin Xiang's body was the evolved form of the devil-suppressing qi, and he had only heard of it. Amongst these people, only Tai Hong could tell that the silver-white glow emitted from Qin Xiang's body was the evolved form of the devil-suppressing qi, and he had only heard of it. Tai Hong suddenly felt that Chen Xiang was even more mysterious now. Chen Xiang had some powerful devil arts, but he could still cultivate the evil suppression techniques to such a degree. In his view, these martial arts should have conflict with each other, but now they actually coexisted perfectly on Chen Xiang's body. Of course, what he was most worried about was how Chen Xiang would deal with them. Tai Hong knew that Chen Xiang would not let him go. Upon seeing Chen Xiang walk towards them step by step, his heart was thumping hard. He could not move at all. As long as he moved, the dense magical corruption gas would dig into his body, and in an instant he would turn into a pile of rotten flesh. Now they could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. Chen Xiang, what are you doing? Tai Hong asked in a deep voice. His voice revealed a trace of fear. In the world of the magical corruption gas, Chen Xiang was like a god, and all of the strong beings here could only be ravaged by Chen Xiang. With a pa sound, Chen Xiang waved his hand, released a wave of energy, and slapped the air hard onto Tai Hong's face. Old dog, you've killed so many people for the sake of that magic seed. I will definitely not let you off today. Chen Xiang said coldly, those who die are just some ants. If I were to die 10 times, this world would continue to operate as usual. Tai Hong said angrily. In his eyes, those mortals were nothing more than GRAs. He had never felt that killing so many people was a sin. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. You are only an ant in my eyes now. Even if you die 100 times, this world will still function properly. With that, Chen Xiang waved his hand. A green light flashed, and the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand, flying straight towards Tai Hong's neck. A ray of sad and beautiful blood sprayed out. Tai Hong's body was also instantly invaded by the magical corruption gas, and his separated body immediately turned into purplish-black rotten flesh. Dead. Tai Hong was beheaded by Chen Xiang just like that, causing everyone on Tai Hong's side to SHI+ver. Gu Dongqin and the others had long known about this matter. Long ago, Chen Xiang had also killed the beast martial school like this, and the memories of his death were still fresh in Tang Yichao's mind. After killing Tai Hong, Chen Xiang raised his blade and walked towards the devil cultivator, causing the devil cultivator to be terrified. They originally thought that with their strength, they were invincible existences in the mortal martial realm, but who would have known that they would meet a magical corruption gas? Don't be delusional enough to devour mortal martial realm. Chen Xiang said as he swung his blade down. Just like that, 10 powerful devil cultivator were beheaded one by Chen Xiang under the watch of the numerous strong warriors. Then they were invaded by the magical corruption gas, their bodies and souls corroded. You can't kill us. We are elders of the Devil-Subduing College. Without us, the Devil-Subduing College won't be able to hold on. An old man's voice was full of fear, but the response he got was a single slash. Chen Xiang did not sympathize with these people who had annihilated Tai Hong in the slightest. If they had been a little enlightened in the first place, they would not have been blinded by the benefits and could have completely killed Tai Hong together. However, they did not do that. In the blink of an eye, there were more corpses lying on the ground. Those Devil-Subduing College's elders had already been slaughtered by Chen Xiang, so he didn't need to worry at all as he still had Man Fu Tian and Zhuo Jinxuan. Chen Xiang looked at them and sneered, "You bunch of fence-sitters. When you guys first joined the Sacred Light religious sect, you already knew that you guys weren't good people. Go and die with these guys." In the midst of his wails, Chen Xiang showed no mercy and killed each and every one of the villains. Who was in Fire Divine Palace, watched the BLOOD seen indifferently, but he did not feel the slightest amount of fear. If Chen Xiang wanted to kill him, he would not say anything. But Chen Xiang did not kill him, he had only walked past him. Although this Han Lai's voice was a little scary, Chen Xiang felt that he was not too bad, and seemed to be indifferent to the matters of the Fire Divine Palace. Right now, The most important thing is to get rid of these magical corruption gas. Although it hasn't spread yet, that doesn't mean it won't spread in the future. This Great Devil Mountains was above the Chun Marshall continent. If it were to spread, the entire Chun Marshall continent would become a dead end. Use the HELL's tornado to create a strong gust of air and push all these magical corruption gas back. Bai Yu said, there are a lot of magical corruption gas outside. Create a flow direction, and these magical corruption gas will go back down. Very quickly, the giant flaming tornado suddenly continued, and right above Demon and Devil Sinkhole, with Chan Xiang frantically spinning, it created a very strong suction force, causing the magical corruption gas above the Demon and Devil Sinkhole to instantly rush into the Demon and Devil Sinkhole along with the gust of air. This spectacular scene broadened the horizons of these rankers who had lived for many years. When they thought that this was Huang Jintian's disciple, they could not help but exclaim in their hearts. They could meet, and in the near future, Chen Xiang would become the same as Huang Jintian, the strongest warrior in the mortal martial realm. More than an hour had said, and the magical corruption gas had entered the Demon and Devil Sinkhole. The moment Chen Xiang stopped using the HELL's tornado, those experts immediately flew up into the air and released a strong barrier that sealed the terrifying sky cavern. Han Lai of the Fire Divine Palace also joined in. The great war between three realms is coming. When the time comes, this place will become the main battlefield. We have to hurry. Gu Dongqin looked at the great Devil Mountains that was filled with death aura. After this matter, everyone would be more cautious. They exchanged greetings and then left. They were all busy with cultivation of the devil's subduing method, and this was their trump card against the demons. Lu Meiner glanced at Qin Xiang, and she could finally rest easy. After everyone had left, Gu Dongqin took out his flying discs and flew back to the Super Martial School with Wu Keiming, and I've stayed in that D.A.M. Ned place for almost 2 years. Fortunately, Tai Hong this guy was killed along with some powerful devil cultivator, so I don't have to focus so much on him. Gu Dongqin said. Wu Keiming laughed. Junior Martial Uncle is truly amazing. You have truly made a name for yourself. When we came out, we had already arranged for people to take care of the Super Martial School, so it shouldn't be too messy. Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin would sometimes go into seclusion at the same time for many days, so the elders of Super Martial School were already used to this kind of thing, so they were not too worried. However, when they returned to the Heaven Door City, they discovered that there were more people than usual. There were even some strangely dressed people walking up and down the streets. At a glance, there were still some traces of a battle. The houses were in ruins, and the streets were in ruins. D.A.M. This is a city right under the nose of the Super Martial School. How did it become so chaotic? Gu Dongqin was furious. This must have happened because someone came to cause trouble. Since the creation of the Heaven Door City, such a thing had never happened. Once he returned to the Super Martial Profound Realm, Gu Dongqin immediately summoned all of the elders over to see what had happened. He wanted to see what else would happen to the Super Martial City that would cause such a ruckus. Once he returned to the Super Martial Profound Realm, Gu Dongqin immediately summoned all of the elders over to see what had happened. He wanted to see what else would happen to the Super Martial City that would cause such a ruckus. After all of the elders narrated at once, Qin Xiang, Wu Keiming, and Gu Dongqin were all shocked. Even though they were well informed and had seen many shocking things, they still could not accept this fact. All the mortal worlds were fused together, large and small, whether strong or weak, suddenly and inexplicably fusing together after a year or so. After fusing together, many martial artists traveled all over the place, especially towards the most prosperous worlds or continents. D.A.M. Why did this happen all of a sudden? There are quite a few mortal worlds under the heavens, right? How did they all fuse together? Gu Dongqin found it hard to accept this fact. Countless mortal worlds had fused together, forming an even larger world. This was something that caused many people to be excited, especially those who wanted to roam the world. However, some of the major powers in charge did not think this way. In this mortal world, some of the resources were almost exhausted. They would definitely plunder, and chaos would ensue if there were more people. It would be hard to find a person who had offended a powerhouse, even if he were to hide. Furthermore, what should he do when the great war between three realms comes? Did the Devil Realm also fuse together? At that time, they would not only have to defend the Pa-S, sage to Great Devil Mountains. If the other worlds couldn't be guarded and were occupied by the Devil Cultivator, then the mortal martial realm would be surrounded. The more Gu Dongqin and the others thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. If it was like before, mortal martial realm had great confidence that he would be able to Pa-S through great war between three realms. But now it was hard to say. Looks like I have to gather the people from the mortal martial realm for a meeting. I can't let this go on. Gu Dongqin said. This kind of thing was naturally not something that Chen Xiang would interfere in. He quietly returned to the Super Dan Imperial College, took out the Luotian Gate, and said, I wonder how many worlds have fused together. It's all going to be troublesome. If they didn't fuse earlier, then it was too late. But if they started merging now, then someone must have been up to no good. Long Xue scoffed. What? If two continents were fused together, how could they possibly do so? How could two worlds fuse? They are all in different S-P-A-C-S. Who has such a great power that can fuse so many worlds together? Chen Xiang secretly clicked his tongue, although he did not believe it, but he could not help but be suspicious. Of course, it's those guys from the higher realms. These lower realms could very likely be created by them. They can do whatever they want to do. This isn't strange. Maybe the great war between three realms is just a game for them. Long Xue had inherited a lot of memories, and a lot of these memories were inherited from the primordial era's dragons. That was why she said such words. The great war between three realms was about to begin, but this matter suddenly happened. It was hard for people to accept, but Chen Xiang felt that this was good. If the transmission array was established well, then this huge world would be linked together, and the news would spread quickly. At that time, he would be able to find a few more rare herbs. I really want to go everywhere. Chen Xiang's heart itched. He had long since gotten tired of playing with the mortal Kung Fu realm. Although he had not gone to many continents, his main target was still spirit medicine. Chen Xiang sat in the room and suddenly frowned. The elder Dan has finally appeared. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the appointed time between Chen Xiang and the elder Dan. Elder Dan and Chen Xiang had agreed to a compet. 1. Tian, and the moment Chen Xiang won, he would show her her true colors and agree to marry Chen Xiang. Junior Martial Uncle, you are still as elegant as ever. Elder Dan was still the same, wearing a wooden mask and a black robe, tightly wrapping herself up. Her body emitted a unique and cold aura, but her voice was a lot gentler, yet it still sounded cold and indifferent. What Chen Xiang had done in the past few years was indeed the same as before. Little girl, I missed you so much. Have you said through the Nirvana doom yet? Chen Xiang laughed. He indeed missed this mysterious junior nephew. Although he had never seen her appearance before, he knew that her figure was not bad. No, do you still remember our agreement? Elder Dan asked coldly. Of course I remember. Even when I slept, I could dream of the scene of you being defeated and your mysterious veil being lifted, but every time then I would wake up. Chen Xiang sighed with extreme regret. Your T is still the same as before. We are competing to refine the Earth-grade low-rank Dan, and now you can... Elder Dan seemed to be very concerned about Chen Xiang's progress, especially with the pills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encouraged him. Chen Xiang laughed. I can only forge one type, but I think that I can still learn 1 or 2 ways when competing with you. Seeing Chen Xiang not putting this compet, 1 Tian in his eyes, Elder Dan was secretly furious, but she knew that this was a way to level up, a way to stimulate one's potential. I heard you have relived Dan. How did you come here? Elder Dan was most curious about this matter. She had always thought that Chen Xiang had an expert backing him. If that expert could casually refine relived Dan S, he would definitely be very strong. I picked it up. Chun Xiang said casually, Bulls. H-I plus T, you think this is sand? You can pick them up as you like. The elder Dan did not believe that he had picked it up. Believe it or not. Chun Xiang whistled, and immediately knew that he was lying. Oh, right, little girl, why aren't you in the meeting? A lad and the little baldy are both there. I can't be bothered with these matters right now. Wait a month for me to collect the medicinal herbs. I'll compete with you here. The elder Dan only appeared for a short while before leaving in a hurry. Hey, where did you hide the Super Martial School's #1 beauty? Chen Xiang realized that Wu Qianqian had disappeared again, and he was not with Yin Xiaodao and the others. She's not as free as you. Super Dan Imperial College's cold voice echoed in the air. One day, I will strip this woman of all her clothes. I want to see just what secrets she has and how she is so secretive all day long. Chun Xiang snorted, then went to look for Yin Xiaodao and the others. In a luxurious private room in a restaurant, Yin Xiaodao slammed his hand on the table and praised, Dragon Subduing School, this name isn't wrong. Chun Xiang laughed, looking at Zhu Rong, who had a guilty face. This fatty's expression had always been abnormal. Old Zhu, that bounty should still be in your hands, right? W.A.N. Ji Shengren and Liao Xiaoyan were killed by me, so I should get the bounty back. Chun Xiang laughed. Zhu Rong had known from the beginning that Chen Xiang would not be so foolish as to make such a precious thing as a reward, and in the end, it had returned back to Chen Xiang. Elder brother Shin, didn't you say you want to sell us some pills? Then, what's the price of the 9 quenching body Dan? Yun Xiaodao said as he rubbed his hands. It was obvious that he had prepared a lot of spar. C709. C709. Friendly price. 2 million 1 pellet. You must be generous. Zhu Rong curled his lips. Friends. H.I. plus P is quite valuable, huh? Here are 120 pills. You guys take them and divide them evenly. You just have to pay within 10 years. Now that so many worlds have been fused, the situation will become even worse when the Great War between 3 realms erupts. You guys have to quickly increase your strength. Qin Xiang took out a storage bag and placed it in XV Weilong's custody. Lian Mingdong and the Lei brothers were currently training. But Chen Xiang knew that he would definitely hand the 9 quenching body Dan over to them. Try your best to reach the peak of the 100 refining realm before the Great War between 3 realms arrives, Chen Xiang said in a serious tone. Yun Xiaodao and the others nodded. It was their luck that they were able to make it into Chen Xiang's group, as he could not let down Chen Xiang's help. Right now, many of the worlds that have just been integrated into want to name themselves after their original world. And then there is a dispute. This group of brainless fellows. None of them could tell that naming them Mortal Martial Realm was the best. Yun Xiaodao looked at the people in strange clothing on the streets. The world is becoming larger and larger. If we can survive the crisis of the Great War between 3 realms, we can travel to many different worlds and expand our horizons. It will also be helpful for cultivation. Chen Xiang could only imagine how chaotic this enormous world was right now. In a world, there were already many opposing forces, and now with so many worlds fused together, the situation would only get worse with each Pa-S, Sing-Day. If they did not unite together, once the demon and devil realms invaded, things would become troublesome. There were a lot of devil cultivator-S and evil demon-S in the demon and devil realms, especially those in the demon realm. They were all a group of brainless, suicidal TARDS, and it was difficult for them to match against weak humans. Qin Xiang, Do you still remember Dongfang Yao? At that time, Devil Subduing College believed that you were the one who killed them, and even offered you a bounty. XV Weilong suddenly said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. The world he originally belonged to is a very powerful world, and his family is extremely powerful, as they ruled over that world. The Dongfang clan is indeed very strong. Moreover, they have ruled over a world and can gather the energy of a world to annex some of the worlds near them. In just a year, their power has increased tenfold. 15 Weilong's words startled Qin Xiang. After the world was merged, it was like the sea and the sea connected together. There was no longer any world apart from the sea. Right now, in this large world, the boundless sea area was filled with countless continents that formed this huge mortal world. Chen Xiang's face turned ugly. This is not a good thing. Does the Dongfang family want to rule the world? From the looks of it, it is indeed true, and they also have the ability. After their power expanded, they can gather more strength and can be said to be the strongest power in the world. However, Devil Subduing College and the Fire Divine Palace are also absorbing a large number of disciples. XV Weilong said. Chun Xiang shook his head. It's useless for us to focus on something like this. We should just focus on increasing our strength. Although they said that, Chun Xiang and the others were still worried. If the Dongfang family were to exaggerate their strength at such a fast pace, there would be a day where the mortal martial realm would be annexed. At that time, there would be no way to fight against them. And this was what Gu Dongqin and the others were currently worried about. Inside a house in the continent of the king, all the big shots of the different continents of the mortal martial realm were gathered there. The transmission array has already been set up by the sects that mainly use formations. Right now, the alchemy sects, formation sects, smithing sects, there are countless of them. And most of them are in the hands of that Dongfang dynasty. An old man sighed. Is there any faction that can fight against the Dongfang Empire now? In regards to this, he was as worried as the other big shots of the world. They were not as ambitious as the Dongfang clan, who continued to expand their power through war. But if they did not surrender, they would destroy a continent. Devil Subduing College, Fire Divine Palace. To date, we only know about this. However, no matter how big this world is, there are still some powerful forces that we do not know about hiding. And right now, the person who was most worried about the Eastern dynasty was Qin Xiang. The matter of Chun Xiang killing Dongfang Yao had already been found out by the Eastern Empire, and there were already bounties placed on him. That was why Chun Xiang had been missing for 2 years, but he was still very famous. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him, especially now that he could change his appearance and height, could change his aura. He could only relax the powerful Dongfang clan in order to attack Super Martial School at all costs. Right now, this newly integrated world was called a New World. Although the Great War between 3 realms was near, many ambitious forces still expanded their scope of influence to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by other forces. When Chun Xiang and the others found out that many worlds were merged together, they had already encountered such a thing. Fire Divine Palace and Devil Subduing College were both in the continent of the king. So this continent was also very famous, and it was what many powers feared the most. 10 days had Pa-S said, and Qin Xiang had gathered a lot of information from all over the place. This made him very excited, as there were too many areas waiting to be explored in this new world. If we were to merge with the demon and devil realms, the situation would become even worse. Bai Yu said, when ASHI plus P arrives at the bridge, naturally it will be straight. Right now, I will go to the Eastern Empire to take a look and see the strongest power in this new world. On top of continent of the king, Chun Xiang stepped into a very large transmission array and was teleported to the Heavenly Emperor continent along with a group of people. Heavenly Emperor City. This was the Yanjing of the Heavenly Emperor continent. The Dongfang clan had established a palace here, and the Dongfang clan was known as the Emperor. Now that he had turned into an ordinary-looking man who came from another continent, no one would ask, associate him with a person worth $1 billion bounty. The grand number one power in a new world is only worth $1 billion. Too shabby. Chen Xiang snickered in his heart. If it weren't for the wanted poster, Chen Xiang's current reputation would have long been drowned out. Of course, because they did not know Chen Xiang well, many people did not put him in their hearts, especially the warriors who had blee backgrounds and came from powerful forces, who thought that Chen Xiang was just body. They did not think much of him. After arriving at the Heavenly Emperor City, Chen Xiang found out that the Dongfang Yao he had killed actually had a very high status and was regarded as the successor to the Eastern Dynasty. After arriving at the Heavenly Emperor City, Chen Xiang found out that the Dongfang Yao he had killed actually had a very high status and was regarded as the successor to the Eastern Dynasty. Even now, they still could not confirm whether Dongfang Yao was the culprit or not, and there was no evidence to prove it. On the other hand, the Dongfang family only thought that Chen Xiang was the culprit based on the Devil Subduing College's initial bounty. After understanding the situation, he found out that the Devil Subduing College had spoken to him. That Dongfang Yao's grandfather had a high position in the Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace, and his family had started a Ma''s Saker in the mortal realm. Only then did the Devil Subduing College react and stop the Dongfang family's expansion. The people behind the scenes in Devil Subduing College are all dead. There has been a big change in Devil Subduing College. This is a good thing. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. If the Dongfang family continued with this, before the Great War between three realms even arrived, this new world would start to kill each other. Outside of a huge palace in the Heavenly Emperor City, Chen Xiang gasped in surprise. This palace was actually built inside the Profound Realm. This luxurious palace is only a cover. There's even an entrance that leads to the Profound Realm. The headquarters of many great powers were all built inside the Profound Realm. This was because they already had the ability to control the Profound Realm S, so it would be even safer inside the Profound Realm S, such as the Super Martial Profound Realm S and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land S. Originally, Chen Xiang only wanted to take a look at this Dongfang clan, but he didn't expect there to be a profound realm here. This made Chen Xiang's heart itch. He believed that this profound realm must have a lot of treasures. If he didn't go in and take a look, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Just like the last time when he sneaked into the Devil Subduing College, Chen Xiang knocked out a person who was freely entering that family's profound realm. He was the leader of a patrol team, and his strength was similar to that of the 100 Refining Realm. Although he was surnamed Dongfang, he was not a disciple of the Dongfang clan, and was merely a talented servant who was given a name by the Dongfang clan. "Captain, when are you going to give us a break? You can go out and relax all day long, and we'll be in trouble. We'll have to patrol day and night." A man said with a bitter face. There were more than 30 people in this team, and all of them were warriors from the true martial realm. However, they had been raised by the Dongfang family since they were young. It's a mess outside, and many worlds have merged together to become very large. A group of fellows left a few days ago, but they never came back. For your safety, there will be a long period of time during which you will be forbidden to go out. Chen Xiang spoke with reason according to Dongfang Rong's memories. The meaning behind his words was to prevent these people who had been slaves for many years from escaping. The new world was currently so big, and once they ran far away, it would be really hard to find them. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, the patrolling team members immediately became dejected. Although you can't go out, it doesn't mean that you won't be allowed to rest. Right now, you can only stay at your place for 3 days. Remember, don't run around. Chen Xiang said magnanimously. Leading this group of people, it was really inconvenient for him to move. When the 30-plus people of the patrol squad heard that, a smile appeared on their worried faces. Then they lined up neatly and jogged away. The person Chen Xiang had become was the leader of a patrol squad. Compared to the Nirvana stage, this kind of strength could be considered not bad, so he could travel around a few places in the Profound Realm. According to Dongfang Rong's memories, Chen Xiang knew that there were still a lot of important lands inside, and the place closest to him was inside a manor named Warm Moon. Outside the War Moon Palace, when Chen Xiang had just arrived, a light voice floated out from inside. Dong Fangrong, why are you the only one patrolling today? Where are the group of trash behind you? The sweet voice was coming from the master of the War Moon Palace. It was the elder sister of the patriarch. Her name was Dongfang Xingyue, and she was a very beautiful woman. Her attainments and formations were very high, and the many powerful formations in the profound realm were all set up by her. She was very strong, and she was rumored to be the second strongest person in the Dongfang clan. Mother asterisk her. How did this woman find out? Chen Xiang was a little worried that he would be seen through by this woman. Originally, he had approached them and used the heaven tour method to probe inside to see if there were any treasures hidden. However, he was still very calm. When it came to matters like these, he did not feel the slightest bit nervous. Elder War Moon, those fellows all claimed that they wanted a holiday. I let them rest for 10 days. Chen Xiang answered immediately. His voice and tone were exactly the same as Dongfangrong's. Come in. Dongfang Xinyue's voice carried an irresistible dignity, but it sounded extremely comfortable. Chen Xiang could only brace himself and continue acting. He walked into the War Moon, and according to Dongfangrong's memories, he arrived at a simple and elegant small hall. Come to the courtyard at the back. Dongfang Xinyue seemed to know Chen Xiang's every move. Seeing that Chen Xiang had just sat down, his light voice sounded. Chen Xiang was extremely cautious at the moment. He suddenly didn't want to continue anymore and wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, when he found out about this woman's appearance from Dongfangrong's memories, he really wanted to see it for himself. Walking out of the small hall and sing through a small path, he arrived at a quiet and serene courtyard. A beautiful and graceful figure stood quietly by the side of a small pond, her snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. Dongfang Xinyue turned around slowly. The beautiful and alluring appearance of hers gave Chen Xiang a shocking feeling, and she smiled faintly at him with her beautiful eyes. She looked so friendly and natural, but the aura she gave off was so faint that it kept people at a distance. Greetings, Elder Dongfang. Chen Xiang hastily bowed. Tell me, what has happened outside these past few days? Dongfang Xinyue waved her hand, signaling to Chen Xiang that there was no need to be courteous. That mature and charming oval face had a charming and gentle smile, which stirred Chen Xiang's pure heart. Chen Xiang quickly lowered his head and started to talk about some of the things that had happened outside. Although it had been more than 2 years since the birth of the New World, Dongfang Xinyue had never stepped out of Profound Realm. Even in the past, Dongfang Xinyue rarely went out, and usually he only found out about what was happening outside through his servants. After hearing Chen Xiang's nonsense, Dongfang Xinyue faintly sighed. I knew that if those old fellows did this, they would definitely anger father. After hearing Chen Xiang's nonsense, Dongfang Xinyue faintly sighed. I knew that if those old fellows did this, they would definitely anger father. Although Dongfang Xinyue had a young and beautiful face, she was still an old guy. Through Dongfangrong's memories, Chen Xiang knew that in Dongfang clan sometimes the Dongfang family patriarch would not only talk about this matter, but also talk about this old guy, Dongfang Xinyue, with the consent of a group of elders. And Dongfang clan's intention to expand his power was precisely this group of old fogies. No more. Dongfang Xinyue blinked his eyes and asked softly, why don't you go out and take a look at this new world? With the elder's strength, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in this new world. Chen Xiang had said what he thought in his heart. If it was the Dongfangrong of the past, he would have dared to say it, even if it was beaten to death. The reason why Chen Xiang did this was also to let Dongfang Xinyue leave the War Moon Palace, and even let him take a look at the important place that was hidden inside. Dongfang Xinyue lowered his head and thought he did not know why she was hiding in Profound Realm all day. A woman like her had strength, status, and looks. When she went out, she would definitely scream for help. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't like him, where people placed high bounty on him. Oh, right. Have you captured the person who killed Dongfang Yao? This man is really bold. He actually dared to waste Devil-Subduing College's divine son. Does Devil-Subduing College not care? Do you have any details about this person? Dongfang Xinyue asked curiously. Chun Xiang's heart suddenly tightened and actually asked about his matters. I didn't catch him. He had an extremely powerful backing, trained in the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, and the 3 big shots of the super martial school were all his junior brothers. As of now, he was the one who openly crippled that G.O.D. son, and as for whether or not Dongfang Yao was killed by him, there's still no evidence to prove it. Dongfang Xinyue's jade face was filled with surprise. Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu. I never thought that it would actually exist. No wonder he could cripple the divine son. Since he had such a fortuitous encounter at such a young age, Dongfang Yao is far from being able to compare to it. Of course, Qin Xiang was happy to be praised by the beauty, but he didn't know that Qin Xiang was standing right in front of her. Elder Warm Moon, this person killed the young master. Why didn't he increase the bounty? If it's just 1 billion spar, it would be hard to attract anyone's interest. After all, this person has many powerful experts protecting him, not just the 3 great leaders of Super Martial School. For example, the famous Divine Weapon Nation's female emperor, the medicinal pill emperor of Dan Fragrance Pure Land. They are all his backers. Chan Xiang felt that this bounty was too shabby and made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing Chan Xiang mention the powerful woman, Dongfang Xinyue was suddenly very interested. It was the first time that she had heard of such a famous person, so she anxiously asked, the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country's female emperor and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land's female emperor? What is their background? They have great origins, but that is only in their world. I dare say that as long as they have no brains, they would not offend these 2 women for the sake of the 1 billion spar. Qin Xiang saw through Dongfang Xinyue's interest. He guessed that Dongfang Xinyue felt that this expert felt lonely and felt that he shouldn't have met a woman whose strength could rival hers. That was why he stayed in the profound realm all day. Dongfang Yao is far from being worth 1 billion spar. It's just that those old fellows used it as a pretext to capture that Qin Xiang and use it as an excuse to attack the Qin martial continent. Dongfang Xinyue's words made Qin Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. This caused him to be overjoyed. Although being offered a reward was not a good thing, to be able to attract the attention of the number 1 power in this new world was a very honorable thing. Dongfang Rong, do you know the origins of the G.O.D. Weapon Empress and the Pill Fragrance Empress? If you can find out for me, I'll give you this reward. Dongfang Xinyue took out a large sword that was the size of a palm. From the spirit, grains glow and radiance. It seemed to be a very tall treasure. Although it was just trash in Qin Xiang's eyes, he still had to pretend to be surprised. Seeing that Chan Xiang's face was filled with desire, Dongfang Xinyue smiled lightly. I just want to find some women of equivalent strength to exchange pointers with. So that is how it is. That means the Warm Moon elders are going to duel with them? Qin Xiang was startled. He didn't want to bring disaster to his 2 women, although this Dongfang Xinyue looked harmless. But who knew if she was a beauty with snakes and scorpions? Especially those kinds of jealous women, they were the most terrifying. No, hurry up and investigate their details. If someone is responsible for your dereliction of duty, I'll help you carry it out. Dongfang Xinyue urged. Now, Qin Xiang could tell that Dongfang Xinyue was actually so concerned about women. He smiled and said, Clan Elder Warm Moon, there's no need to investigate further. I have already investigated everything beforehand, and honestly speaking, I also want to obtain the bounty of 1 billion spar. Speak. Dongfang Xinyue looked to be impatient. Let's talk about this G.O.D. Weapon female emperor first. She cultivates the Icewind magic kung fu. Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, Dongfang Xinyue's face was immediately filled with shock, and her jade face even carried a trace of unusual excitement. She mainly uses refining to set up arrays. In this aspect, she is the same as the Warm Moon Elders. Her standards are not bad, and many experts of the Chun Martial Continent S want to invite her to refine some magical equipment at a high price. Chen Xiang continued to speak while secretly observing the changes in Dongfang Xinyue's expression. Looks like I have to go meet this woman. I wonder how she compares to me. Dongfang Xinyue looked at the blue sky and muttered softly. Qin Xiang continued to speak. Then the reason why Qin Xiang received her protection is because her disciple Xue Xianxian is Qin Xiang's wife, so... How is her disciple? Dongfang Xinyue interrupted Qin Xiang and asked. Seems not bad, although she rarely makes any moves. The fact that she became the disciple of the female divine weapon emperor shows how talented she is. Qin Xiang understood all of these things the best, but seeing that Dongfang Xinyue had a reason to leave the place, Qin Xiang was extremely happy in his heart. Then, what about the pill fragrance queen? Dongfang Xinyue asked again. It's for concocting pills. There are only a few female Danking-s. I don't think there are many of them in this new world. Qin Xiang said, Indeed, it's not many. Those old fellows who have roamed through many different worlds have never seen many Danking-s before, let alone female Danking-s. Dongfang Xinyue's beautiful face suddenly calmed down. She tossed a treasure sword to Qin Xiang and asked, Tell me the way to go to Qin Martial Continent. First, you can teleport to the continent of the king. Then, you can teleport from there to there. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, a gust of wind blew over accompanied with a heart-penetrating fragrance, and the beauty had already disappeared. Big-chested and brainless, as expected, Qin Xiang laughed to himself in his heart and then activated Heaven Tour Method, taking a panoramic view of the Warm Moon Palace. More and more transmission arrays appeared. The news spread very quickly in this huge new world. Chen Xiang's bounty was, as he had wished, it had already increased to 10 billion spar. Suddenly increasing by 10 times, this caused many people to move. One after another, they went to Qin Martial Continent to look for Chen Xiang. This was also the reason why Heaven Door City was so lively. More and more transmission arrays appeared. The news spread very quickly in this huge new world. Qin Xiang's bounty was, as he had wished, it had already increased to 10 billion spar. Suddenly increasing by 10 times, this caused many people to move. One after another, they went to Qin Martial Continent to look for Chen Xiang. This was also the reason why Heaven Door City was so lively. However, the people that the entire new world was looking for were actually searching for treasures in the profound realm S. When many large powers were worried about the Dongfang family's invasion, Chen Xiang, this little rascal, had already infiltrated into the interior of the strongest power in the new world. There were a lot of patrol teams, so it was normal to suddenly lose a squad. Most of them were resting, and the Dongfang family's power was growing with each Pa-s Sing Day. Everyone dared to act recklessly, so the patrol teams were usually responsible for catching some servants running around. Where is the important place? This Dongfang Rong's memories are unreliable. Qin Xiang's Heaven Tour Method could not be found, and so could Long Xue. Qin Xiang was currently in that small courtyard, and his Heaven Tour Method had already searched throughout the entire Warm Moon Palace. That pond is very deep, Long Xue suddenly said. Qin Xiang immediately walked to the side of the pond. Dongfang Rong's memories said that the Warm Moon's palace was one of the most important places in the eastern profound realm. He didn't know the specifics. Qin Xiang looked at the calm lake. Long Xue's Heaven Tour Method was even more powerful than Qin Xiang's, so he quickly dove into the pond. There is a formation at the bottom of roughly 100 zhang. My spiritual sense is unable to enter, Long Xue said. Little naughty dragon, let the wind go. I will try using the Luotian gate. Chen Xiang took out his Luotian gate. Although the Warm Moon Palace was not small, there was only Chen Xiang inside. Dongfang Xinyue usually liked living a quiet life, and would only occasionally call a servant in to inquire about some things. Dongfang Rong had been called a few times over the years, so Dongfang Xingyue was very familiar with him. After Long Shui gave him a direction, Qin Xiang turned the ring on top of the Luotian gate, opened a dimensional door, and walked in. After entering the spatial gate, Qin Xiang suddenly appeared in a place that was filled with a scorching aura. With the flash, H.I. plus ing of red light, and the scorching heat in the clouds, if a normal person came here, they would have long been burnt to ashes. Amazing! It seems like it's hotter than the Earth's core. What kind of place is this? Qin Xiang was in a tunnel now, and a red glow was S.H.I. plus ning in from the end of the tunnel. The source of the scorching energy was the end of the tunnel. If even Qin Xiang had been to this place, it would already be an extremely terrifying place to him. He suddenly understood why this matter was so important. If he did not seal it, the hot air that came out would be more than enough to destroy the entire profound realm. What exactly is this profound realm? There is actually such a powerful place. This was what Qin Xiang and the others were wondering. It's a very intimate feeling. As Qin Xiang walked along the Pa-S sageway, although he felt the heat, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. It was extremely strange. After walking out of the Pa-S sageway and arriving in A.S. P.A.C. filled with flames, he was shocked. What is this? In the midst of the boundless sea of fire, he could vaguely see a colossal creature crouching on the ground, and its flames were being emitted by this colossus. The dead vermilion bird, these are her bones. Long Shui's voice was filled with shock. I never thought that the vermilion bird would actually die in such a place. Her feathers must have been refined into Suzaku silk. That huge monster was indeed a skeleton. It actually existed in the depths of the eastern profound realm. Is there any way to get it? Qin Xiang was ecstatic and almost jumped up. As he walked in the sea of fire, he did not feel any discomfort. This sort of flame could not harm him at all. There's a bone soul in this skeleton. As long as we pacify it, the flames will disappear. Long Shui said. The eastern profound realm was very big, and the vermilion bird's bones were actually around the same size as this profound realm. Qin Xiang and Long Shui spent a lot of effort to find the skull. You can't keep this bone soul. If you keep it, don't tell me you want to refine the Suzaku divine weapon anew. This is the best material, Long Shui said. Qin Xiang nodded. He placed his hand on top of the skull, sensing the bone soul in the bone, instilling some thought, calming the bone soul down. This guy actually wants to attack me. Qin Xiang suddenly retracted his hand, his face filled with anger. Heaven fire soul, go. Qin Xiang's body started to burn. The flames he released actually blew away the surrounding flames, and then he smashed his palm onto the mountainous vermilion bird skull. With a palm strike, the heaven fire soul released a heaven fire full of power. The bone soul that wanted to attack him immediately weakened a bit, and the raging fire on the skull also started to die down. Comparing fire with me? Qin Xiang suddenly felt the resistance of the bone soul, and immediately took out 2 Chaos Fire S. He activated the 2 Chaos Fire S and released the silver-white flames, causing the flames around them to return back into the bones. Qin Xiang never thought that the deterring power of Chaos Fire would be this strong. In just a moment, that gigantic skeleton that looked like a red crystal appeared in front of him. Mine. Qin Xiang laughed and dripped a drop of blood onto the blood, restraining the bone soul inside. Then, with a thought, he stored it in his green jade ring. Putting such a large thing into his storage ring had nearly drained Qin Xiang of his spiritual sense. After he succeeded, Qin Xiang rested for a bit before taking out the Luotian gate. He said through the spatial gate and arrived at the forest outside of Sky Emperor City. Without the vermilion bird bones as nourishment, the eastern profound realm will probably lose its spirit energy very soon. Long Shui chuckled. Not long after Qin Xiang left, all the rankers in eastern profound realm suddenly trembled, because the density of the spirit energy had suddenly decreased. Although it had only weakened a little, it made many rankers feel that something serious had happened, because this was something that had not happened in Eastern Profound Realm for many years. He continued to stay in Sky Emperor City. He wanted to see if he could find any good spirit medicines here. Since Sky Emperor City was a very prosperous city, Chen Xiang felt that he would be able to obtain quite a bit of harvest here. Just as he stepped into a very large pill shop, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Chen Xiang has appeared!" Chen Xiang was shocked. He had now become a normal-looking middle-aged man. How could he possibly be discovered? Chen Xiang has appeared on top of the Dragon Tower in the north of the city and is fighting with the eldest son of the Dongfang family patriarch. Chen Xiang's mouth twitched. He never thought that there would actually be such an idiot that dared to pretend to be him and flaunt around, ruining his reputation. Someone who had a bounty of 10 billion spar actually dared to come to Dongfang clan's territory. It was either this person was crazy or this person had the ability to come and go as he pleased. Someone who had a bounty of 10 billion spar actually dared to come to Dongfang clan's territory. It was either this person was crazy or this person had the ability to come and go as he pleased. Chen Xiang really came to the Heavenly Emperor City. It was just that the one fighting the young master of the Dongfang clan was not him, but an imposter. Wait a minute, are these guys using this kind of method to provoke me out? We can't be fooled. Chen Xiang followed the crowd and headed towards the profound Dragon Tower. The Xianlong Tower was 20 stories high, and it was square at the top. At this time, there was a man dressed in black clothing on top of the tower. He held a long sword S.H.I. plus Ning with a cold light and was currently fighting with a handsome man with a large green saber. How can my green dragon, demon-slain broadsword be like this? Too shameless. If you want to fake it, you have to pretend to be better. F***CK. How could Lousy be such a pretty boy? Chen Xiang roared in his heart, his glorious image completely destroyed by the impostor. I really want to slap his face. He's not a pretty boy. He's basically a little girl. The one pretending to be you is a beautiful little girl, hee. Long Shui continued to laugh, coquettishly. I didn't expect that the person with the 10 billion bounty is actually a sissy. Look at him, he's acting like this too. Did he train in some kind of martial arts that caused him to be neither male nor female? This sissy actually has such great ability to make the Dongfang family bid 10 billion. Her reputation is indeed undeserved. That's right, I even thought he was a pure man. Hearing the comments the people around them made towards this impostor, Su Meiyao and Long Shui could not stop chuckling, but Chen Xiang was filled with anger. It's ruined, completely ruined. Although he knew that it was very likely to be a trap, Chen Xiang did not allow anyone to slander his reputation. This little girl who is pretending to be me, I want to. What are you going to do with her? First what? And then kill him? Long Shui laughed. I'm going to spank her behind more than her chest. Chen Xiang snorted coldly and continued to watch. Chen Xiang's mind suddenly flashed. He thought of a good plan and quickly left the group of people, paying a high price to stay in a hotel. When this room was opened, he saw the profound Dragon Tower, which allowed Chen Xiang to see the battle even more clearly. Both of them are quite strong, but they did not use their full strength. Furthermore, their attacks were not ruthless enough. They did not have any killing intent in their moves. And they are really acting. They are deliberately ruining my reputation. Chen Xiang sneered. Even after fighting for so long, no one from the Dongfang family has made a move. It seems that they are really acting. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang looked at the profound Dragon Tower, his mouth chanting an incantation. He was going to use the Heavenly Dragon Seal. It was long distance and powerful, and it was the best time to use Heavenly Dragon Seal S. Moreover, this was Chen Xiang's signature move. Many people knew it, and since someone was pretending, Chen Xiang wanted this scene to be more lifelike. Young master of the Dongfang family, why don't I see how strong you are compared to Dongfang Yao? Qin Xiang sneered in his heart. Then a storm suddenly surged in the sky, and the surrounding spirit qi suddenly surged violently towards him from afar, gathering in the air above the profound dragon tower. Qin Xiang's powerful mana was released, bringing along his powerful innate qi, as it filled the air with spirit energy, controlling a large amount of spirit energy that was frantically being used and turning it into a whirlpool, producing a terrifying suction force that engulfed the surrounding spirit energy. Counterfeit! I'll let you see what the real thing looks like. Learn. Qin Xiang let out a cold laugh. A roar came from the whirlpool in the sky. When the whirlpool appeared, everyone was shocked. All of those who investigated Qin Xiang knew that it was Qin Xiang's ultimate move. But now it suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. They did not dare look down on that sissy anymore. The Xianlong Tower shook violently from the force of the whirlpool as the people inside quickly fled. Wrath of the Ice Dragon! Qin Xiang roared angrily in his heart. Ice Dragon suddenly drilled out from the vortex in the sky, releasing a cold qi. Seeing this ice dragon that was made entirely out of ice crystals, its entire body was filled with a threatening might, shocking the audience, and they all quickly escaped. When the two people at the top of the Xianlong Tower saw this, they too paled in shock. With a huge leap, they fled the moment the ice dragon came across. Plussing down. This ice dragon's punishment was not crude at all. After destroying the dragon tower, a burst of cold air rushed out and condensed into ice crystals in the surrounding buildings. The cold air continued to sweep in all directions, and wherever it went, it would turn into a world of ice and snow. Keep an eye on that imposter. I'm taking a break. The room that Qin Xiang was in was also filled with ice and frost, and he sat in meditation to rest. After an hour had passed, Qin Xiang had recovered quite a bit. Then young Master Dongfang went back to the eastern profound realm. The impostor is outside the city. Long Shui said, impersonating your father and daring to run around, this idiot! Even though Qin Xiang said this, he had already taken out his Luotian gate. Did the impostor and young Master Dongfang have any interactions? No, but they must have known each other. Long Shui said, opening the SPAC gate. Qin Xiang went outside of the city. The impostor was actually walking leisurely by himself towards a forest. Why is this woman still in the mood to sightsee? Qin Xiang had originally wanted to take action, but he still planned to follow her. He felt that after this impostor finished his act, there must be some kind of unspeakable secret that would come to this place. Qin Xiang followed the woman who pretended to be him and arrived at a quiet valley. There was actually a steaming pool of water here, and around the pool were a few beautiful flowers. The moment he saw the pool, he knew what the impostor was up to. You little scoundrel, you must be enjoying life. Long Shui laughed. That impostor was indeed a woman. She used her melodious voice and hummed a melody before squatting by the pool. She used her lily-white hands to pick up the hot water to wash the makeup on her face. Afterwards, plussing her face, a beautiful face appeared. She was actually an extremely beautiful woman. What was even more frightening was that she began to take off her clothes. Little scoundrel, why aren't you fighting anymore? Su Meiyao asked with a smile. Did you see that this is a great beauty and then your heart moved? At most, she's just a little beauty. Only the two big sisters of the ring are such beauties. With you two around, how could I be interested in this little girl? Although Qin Xiang said that, he still stared at the beautiful figure beside the clear pool.